All right, well, there you go. There's your new intro. I was going to see how far I could take it. Michael, bro. I didn't expect Michael to actually drop 25 members. Well, shit. I'm going Xbox. My Gamescom stream, as of right now, copyrighted into fucking oblivion. Most copyrights I've ever received on any stream I've ever done. I don't know why. I have like multiple copyrights that are blocking it from even being viewed. I'm trying to work through them. It's taking forever. Like, for example, I started to auto edit out. Like, it gives you the option to edit stuff out, but you have to wait for YouTube to do it themselves. And so I started it last night for just one of them. Woke up this morning, it was still editing it. I'm like, it almost seems like watching some of these shows on like silent, you know, might be the better way to do it. But Michael,
holy shit.
Jesus. Michael, thank you so much for dropping 25 member gifts. Luna, what is going on? For joining us. Michael gets us halfway there. Yeah, no, I was going to try to pretend that I didn't realize, like, I was on camera, but I couldn't think of anything interesting to do that wouldn't just be totally inappropriate. But then you guys started going with the whole thing of like, oh, he's not going to talk till he gets enough members. And I was thinking about going with that, but it would obviously be a joke. And then Michael actually dropped memberships. So I'm like, okay, wait, hold on. That's not actually what we're doing here. Yeah, we gotta hit a member goal for me to start talking. Yeah, not even the members lounge, just for me to start talking. Michael drops a $5 super chat, says, please like the stream. Yeah, today we're gonna be talking about some Xbox news. I just stood up and just scratched my ass. I don't know. I thought about doing some really stupid shit, but I'm like, it's gonna be too obvious. Like, I was about to go grab my nunchucks and just start using them. Just like make it look like this is what I do when the intro is playing. Like, this is the shit I'm doing when before I come on screen. But let me add that to the goal. I don't know, I'm thinking about trying something today. I was thinking about trying to basically let you guys be in control of the members lounge. You want to see the nunchucks, Jedi guy? 100 memberships for the nunchucks. I do have a pair of nunchucks. Right there. I got to be careful when I use them in this room, though. For obvious reasons. Also, can't use them when the cats are around. I'm not that skilled. No. Should have had a mirror and get... Oh, that would have been funny. Oh, yeah, you're right. That would have been funny. Bring down the hand mirror. Like, we'll have a good stream today. Will have a good stream. But as I started thinking about all these different things to do, I'm like, it's all going to be too obvious. Laman's like, damn. So will this be a... Well, I don't know. That's where I was like thinking, like, if I set a member goal and you guys want to like fast track a members lounge, I don't know. Might be worth trying to do something like that. Well, Michael definitely fast-tracked it. Why didn't this update, though? Hold on. But yeah, Xbox made their announcement today, the disc to digital program. And I think I missed Cheese's super chat. Hold on, I'm sorry. I was just very, very distracted here. Cheese says, in case people misread Xbox's intent, this is for currently physical game owners to switch to digital in preparation for next gen being all digital on Xbox. Yes. I do think some people are, well, you know what? Let's just face it. It's not that I even think, like, we know how dumb people are, man. Like, people are reading it. They're not even reading this. They're just looking at it. And they're like, oh, there it is. Xbox just announced they're supporting discs. And people do need to calm down because that's not actually what they're announcing. I do think this is a step in a direction. I would want to say the right direction, but it's a step in a direction. Keep that option available to us, bro. Seriously. You could set whatever number you want, but you're definitely onto something with this. Me and Spartan, Michael, and the rest of the heavy hitters would love it. Oh, what, like trying to fast track some members' lounges? It's an idea. It's an idea. The 25th Series X is already devalued because it comes with a copy of Campaign Evolved. Sheesh. Will this be a member? No, this currently is not a members lounge. Yeah, apparently the PS5 Pro is selling out in some regions in preparation for GTA 6, which isn't surprising. I imagine Sony's going to make a lot less of those. Let's give Luna some catnip. I should stop. She's gonna mess me up. I'm wondering if she... Ray, I don't know. I don't know if Luna likes... Okay, I think she does like it. So you, aka Mr. Hamster, saying born too late to see the moon landing, born too soon to explore other planets, born just in time to see MBG leave Xbox and come back to Xbox in 7 years. That's what you want. That's where you want to be, Mr. Hamster. That's where you want to be, bro. Makui Ninja, you're saying, give me disc or give me PC. Choice is yours, Sony. Mr. Veggie says, global civilization collapses before GTA 6. It is looking like that, isn't it? Nah, it'll be okay. I think they have full potential to make this a good thing. They aren't there, but Microsoft can do really good here. It is a step. Yeah, it is a step. Whether it's a step forward is hard to say. But yeah, I mean, the reality is it does seem to be in the direction of like, yeah, we're going digital too. Yeah, what Jedi is saying, will Helix have a disk drive? What's interesting is you would think Sony would have announced a program like this already, but they haven't yet. I think that's kind of what makes this look strange, in a sense. Just got the confirmation for your Pro adamantium plates. Yeah, those sold out, I think, like instantly, right? They sold out like almost instantly. MBG, certain people truly wanted to make the world better. Rip to Dolly Parton, Michael Jackson, Bob Ross, and Mr. Rogers. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I saw that today, Legion of Doom. That pricing's crazy. $1,300. Is it playing ads? All right, hold on. Let me fix that. I'm not... Dude, YouTube is pushing ads really hard on live streams. I'm going to be honest. Like... I've noticed them ramping it up the past couple of weeks. I'm telling you, they're going to remove the option at some point. People like me continue to turn them off. Tim Curry died today. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's a shame. Cheese, you're saying it's the best option yet for physical owners, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Sony comes out and they're like, yeah, 2028, we're not doing discs. So that's it. And then Xbox comes out not too long after, and they're like, we're going to do a disc to digital program. It's just one of those things where you would have thought Sony would have announced that when they announced, like, hey, we're not doing discs. I do have Metal Gear Solid music playing. Hopefully it's not too distracting. Luna's already gone. Luna. She's been acting strange. And So You, a.k.a. Mr. Hamster, with another super chat, says, literally saw China's video platform host a live stream to show the GTA 6 prologue leak. Never expect this whole leak thing to be this huge. Yeah, I saw that just came out. Trying to avoid that. Yeah, it's getting worse. And my gut tells me that it's either happening today or they're waiting for Sony to get hit just a little bit harder legally before they cock the disc drive gun and pull the trigger with the marketing. Maybe I'm an optimist at heart, but if Xbox were going to drop the bomb of physical media support, today would be the day. I mean, I appreciate your optimism, Jedi. But let me read what they actually said here. So they put out an Xbox Wire post written up by Jason Ronald, the VP of Next Generation. That's his title, I guess. Your discs, now also digital. This is the marketing. They have a whole marketing thing behind it. They have a picture here. I think they even put out like a trailer out. Bring the benefits of Xbox Digital to your physical Xbox Series X and Xbox One discs coming soon. Players have spent decades building their Xbox libraries. Some games were purchased on disc, some were purchased digitally. Many span multiple generations of hardware. Our goal is to make it easier for those libraries to move forward with players. Today, we are introducing a feature that brings the benefits of digital to physical discs, giving players more flexibility in how they access and play supported games across the Xbox ecosystem. Xbox insiders can begin testing this week on August 31st. This is part of our broader commitment to game preservation as technology, devices, and distribution continue to evolve. Preserving access to the games people own matters more than ever. Most Xbox One and Xbox Series X disc-based games support this new feature. Players can claim a digital entitlement by inserting a supported disc into an Xbox One or an Xbox Series X console and launching the game. Once the entitlement is claimed, you can experience the benefits of digital, including Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Cloud Gaming, where supported, while your physical disc continues to work exactly as it always has. We're starting with thousands of titles and will continue to add more over time. While not every title will be available at launch, this is an important step toward a future where players can have greater confidence that the games they buy remain with them for years to come. So they say here how to get Xbox Insider support, share your feedback. So, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good move on their part, man. It's not, I would say, what we were asking for. Like, it's not the answer to Sony's decision, per se, is what I'm trying to get at. But it is a step in the right direction in the sense that if we are going all digital, this is what you need to do. And I do think, like, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Xbox is kind of making Sony look dumb right now with this. They're making Sony look foolish because, again, it's like, oh, they just released new GTA 6 screenshots. We will check those out. They're making Sony look foolish because this is literally the thing that Sony should have announced with them announcing they're ending physical discs. Xbox is doing it in a different order, or perhaps it's what Jedi said, where like they're kind of leaving the door open or the window open, where it's like, we're just going to announce the disc to digital program. They haven't said anything about going all digital next gen. They haven't confirmed that. It's assumed. I'll be honest with you, I'm assuming they're going to go all digital. But it's just weird. Like, this is where it's like, Sony, bro, what, like, and this is why when we look at Xbox, it's like, do it. Do it. Like, come on, do it. Do it. put Sony in their place. But this is like, you know. But yeah, there, you know, it's to me, this does indicate Xbox is trying also to go in the direction. I mean, they've been, let's face it, Xbox has been trying to go in the direction of digital, you know? If they choose to change that now, I mean, I would support it. I would support it. Yo, Legion, brother, I fully hear what you're saying, my guy, but the thing is, A, they give a permanent license, and B, Helix can make the drive that both runs and converts as a gen hybrid. Well, no, hold on. Somebody said, I'm not checking out the GTA leaks. Somebody said they released official screenshots. If they're official screenshots, I'll check them out. If they're leaked, I can't check that out. Any of the leaked stuff I can't look at. From a generational standpoint, even if that's the direction they're going, giving us the ability to have a permanent digital license and playable disc support for at least the Helix makes it realistic. I am immune to all of your anti-PlayStation rhetoric. I'm not anti-PlayStation. I feel like I'm just being rational in my evaluation of, like, why is Xbox announcing the thing that Sony should have already announced? You know? Well, if you could tell me what's disingenuous about it, I'd be willing to listen. I never even liked PlayStation, not once in my life. Are you kidding me? I hate PlayStation. Kendall Fire with a super chat says, sadly, I don't think PlayStation can do this. This capability is a holdover from the DRM that was going to ship with the Xbox One. PlayStation discs don't have IDs built in. People were talking about that, and that is interesting. If that's true, that's a very interesting situation. Well, here's the thing we have to ask. What is Sony going to do? Because, like, they have to do something. I mean, maybe Sony won't. Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's going to be, if this is a situation where, like, this is an engineering thing that Microsoft did years ago that finally now it's like, okay, we can do this. I mean, if it really is something that Sony is just, like, on the back foot, where they're like, we don't even have, and we don't have anything like this. We have no way to do it. That's that's the next. So the next best thing Sony could do, the next best thing they could do is say, listen, you can connect a disk drive to the PlayStation 6, and this disk drive will play all of your disc games from PS5, PS4, and I would assume that'll be it. But the problem there, in my opinion, for Sony, although it's probably not a large issue, but it's an issue nonetheless, is that, like, they're pretty much telling people who bought the original base model PS5, like, you're just fucked. You know? Even if they sold the disc drive separately for the PS6 that was just meant for backwards compatibility, like, it's still bad for those PS5 buyers. I think what makes this look good for Xbox is not just the fact that they haven't confirmed they're going all digital yet, which I think they will, but it's the fact that they're announcing it ahead of Sony, and they're seemingly going to be able to offer something that Sony might not be able to. And that's I don't know. That's going to be, like, is it going to make the biggest difference in the world? No. Is this going to make people just suddenly switch? Probably not. But I do think it'll help Xbox gain some momentum, at least a little bit. It helped Sony back in the day. I don't see why it couldn't help Microsoft a little bit now. Cheese, you're saying Asha already said something new about affordability either today or recently, so they're either downgrading Helix Series S 2.0, or that's proof B drive. Or that's proof B drive. I'm not sure what you meant in that last part. But yeah, she's been talking about affordability. And what she's gonna do, I do think they are making changes to Helix. For sure. Mr. Veggie saying the only games with revoked DRMs are LS slop. If Helix supported discs as well, think how awesome that would be. You'll never have to switch between discs again. You can just keep them on the shelf while accessing all. Oh, proof of no drive to cut costs. Okay. Mr. Veggie, I got you, bro. I got you. I mean, I feel like, I mean, I've talked about this. I've talked about how, like, you know, is the disk drive situation, is the physical disk situation, is it blown out of proportion? Absolutely. Unfortunately, and I wish it was not blown out of proportion, but it is. Irvin, you're saying you sent the, hold on. Did you send links over, Irvin? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, they dropped like 3 new pictures. I'm checking now. This is a magazine. Okay, yeah, I see them now. Yeah, these are, I'm pretty sure these are official. Yeah, these are official with the new magazine. Let me save them. I think it dropped 7. All right. John, can you please clarify as to what you mean by the physical disc thing is blown out of proportion? Well, I don't know if, maybe I'm using the wrong terminology here. I don't know if it's blown out of proportion, as I think there's like there's a slant. There's a slant to like what we see and hear from people versus what's actually happening. And that's going to be a, well, I was going to say a problem, but that's the thing. If the slant remains like as lopsided as it is, it's not really going to be a problem. Like, I'll give you an example. If you go, this isn't exactly this, like the disc situation. So it's slightly different, but it is tethered to it. If you go look at the response that Rockstar put out on their Twitter, go look at those replies. I would, dude, if I like woke up from a coma and it's like, check this out, here's Rockstar Games' latest post, go check the replies, I literally would think like, oh my god, this game is dead. Like, what did Rockstar do? Everybody hates them. This game's gonna flop. That's literally what I would think if I woke up from a coma and the first thing somebody showed me is, here's X. What's X? It's Twitter. What do you mean? But that's the problem here, man. Like, this is the problem, is that it's like, everybody's obviously allowed to have their own beliefs and their own convictions and their own feelings on things. But if we're looking at things from a high level of like, let's evaluate the entire playing field, you know, and figure out where the placements actually are and what's really going on here. I just find it strange that like there just doesn't seem to be like a blending of the two. I would have you would assume based off the way people are talking about GTA right now, this game is going to flop. But it's going to break every record. But that's the thing. Like I'm saying like there's no dent that's occurring. And I don't know what needs to happen. Basically, this is the question I'm asking. I don't know what needs to happen in order for the bottom line to be impacted. Like I do in the sense of like, well, people have to stop buying, but I'm like, leading up to it is what I'm saying. Oh, that's true during the PlayStation Blackout week. I'm saying leading up to everybody deciding they're not buying anymore, what has to happen? What is the straw that's truly going to break the camel's back? The camel's back being the market, where the market collectively is like, we're done. It's just weird, man. Like, I can't figure it out. I've been watching this whole thing play out, and I'm like, this is weird. There's something very strange. I think I did. For some reason, my YouTube or my Streamlabs is not updating the super chats. Hold up. So when I say it's blown out of proportion, all I'm really trying to say is that based off of the amount of rage that I'm seeing, I've been like waiting to see the results of that. And the results that we've been getting is like nothing, like everything's mostly fine. And I'm like, so what, what's going on here? Like, what is happening here? Where it's like people seem so angry, so discontent, so fucking mad. And I think a lot of it is justified. And yet, everything just keeps flowing. And this is why I keep coming back down to the same. I keep arriving to the same place and the same conclusion, and that is that it's because you're either in or you're out. You can go on the internet and say whatever you want. That's separate from that. You know what I mean? Like, I can decide I'm in, but when I'm on the internet, I can make it seem like I hate. I'm the biggest GTA / PlayStation, digital hater in the world, and no one would ever know. And that's why I just feel like there's something strange going on here. I'm just trying to figure it out. Geez, you're saying also yesterday Loads overlooked the weird thing from the Witcher 3 announcements that it's now added on Battle.net store. Microsoft getting it on there seems odd. I did see that, and I don't know. I didn't think it was. Well, hold on. Irfan, bro, it's not just Twitter. Like, dude, I put out a video today about GTA 6, and I look at the replies in my own video. I was positive in my video. I'm like, bro, I'm excited for this game. I think it looks amazing. And the vast majority of my own comments it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like people want to see. What I'm getting the sense people want to see stuff burn. And I think the problem is not that, right? It's like if you're upset with the way things are going. This is a tough one because like all right. I'm just gonna have to get real for a moment here. All right, I'm at the level with you guys. All right. And please, chat, remain calm. What I am witnessing are people, and when I say people, I'm not just talking about Twitter, I'm talking collectively, a portion of our society, on and off the internet, mostly on the internet, though. Oh, you don't have to apologize. No, there's nothing wrong with that, Devil Shooter. I'm not like, people are allowed to express themselves. I was just saying though, like, it's like, goddamn, you know, like, it was a little bit, I wasn't expecting that. There's a portion of our society that are seemingly very irate. What are they irate with? Why are they mad? What are they mad at? Okay, well, we cover video games here, and we're covering games like GTA 6, we're covering games like Wolverine, we're covering all these games that are coming out. We're covering these platforms, we're covering gaming as a whole. So what I see are people who are very angry at specific things in the video game industry. And so I look closely at it. And I think, okay, we will use GTA for an example. If we look at GTA 6, what are people angry about? They're angry that there's no disc. They're angry that there's going to be like some type of lack of ownership. But bigger than that, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, bigger than that, people are angry about the pricing. People are angry that this is an $80 game. That to get the full game, you have to pay $100. People are angry at paying that amount of money, knowing that this game is going to be monetized. Likely through shark cards with GTA Online 2, I'm assuming that'll ship with it. Mr. Veggie, you're saying gaming is still all I have. I'd rather see Wall Street burn. Well, that's where this kind of tethers into this, right? Like, what I'm trying to say is that the things that people are angry at right now, the thing that we want to, and I'm not saying we shouldn't place the blame here. We should, but we have to, again, we have to see the bigger picture. It's imperative. If people don't see the bigger picture, the change is never going to happen. And I am always hesitant to ever talk about this shit because it always goes back to the same thing. You know, there's always a political slant to it, but it's because, you know, no matter how much we want to bury our heads in the sand, and I admit, I don't want to deal with politics. I don't give a shit. Like, it's fucking annoying. Some of the most annoying people on the planet, right? It's like, it doesn't change the fact that it dictates our lives. It dictates everything trickles down until it gets to you, and before you know it, you're waking up and you're like, what the fuck happened? Why is this so much worse all of a sudden? And it's like, actually, if you trace it back, it all roads lead to the same place, the same source. And so it is greed. Yes, it is greed. There are corporations like Take-Two Interactive, as well as Sony PlayStation and many others, where it's like they are making business decisions that when you look at it, and this is why people are mad in the games industry, why gamers are mad. They look at it and it's like, well, these decisions seem to be made in some kind of robotic / evil way. Some people see it as evil because it's like, we're not considering the customer. We're going to do the absolute bare minimum, seemingly, for the customer. We're going to ignore the customer. We're going to just focus on extracting as much money as we possibly can. But if you listen to what everybody's been saying, what have they been saying? Well, the gaming industry's collapsing. There's a collapse coming. We're on the verge of a collapse. Let me ask you something. If that is true, if it's true that there's some kind of collapse coming, and you are in charge of running these businesses, what are you going to do in the lead up to that? Are you going to position yourself to be like, we should really try to like be as pro-consumer as we can? I mean, I am not opposed to that. I don't think anybody here would be opposed to that. But I'm saying you have to imagine you're in the corporate chair, where it's like, if you make the wrong decision, not only are you going to destroy your career, you might take down the company with you, as we've seen, right? What you're going to do when you see that things are becoming volatile, things are getting worse, there's a very, very high likelihood in the next 5 years that there will be some type of mini collapse of some sort, some type of complete restructuring. We're already in the process of that. What you're going to do as a corporate head because this is how the system is designed to work, and the system is just a reflection of the nature of the world. Survival of the fittest, you know, do what you got to do to survive, whatever, get as much as you can, you know, get in while the getting's good. You're going to do everything you can to maximize. So that way, when the shit hits the fan, you're not part of that. You're that's not a thing for you. You're out here talking about the growth, talking about how much money you're making on your product while the shit's hitting the fan everywhere else. Have you seen Asha's new post, PlayStation is fumbling? I've not. I will go check that out. And so, again, none of this is to say it's justified, but I'm just trying to explain that when you zoom out far enough and you start to look at what the fuck is going on in this industry, that, like, people are this upset and people are this distraught, and you begin to realize that it's not actually just the games industry, it's every industry. People are distraught and they're upset, and they're people are turning because things are getting more difficult for people, and they're getting more expensive, and there's seemingly no end in sight to it. There's no one coming in. There's nobody stepping in and being like, we're going to fix this. It's turning into everybody's out for themselves. It's turning into every man/company for themselves. This is why you're seeing these decisions being made, because these corporate executives are basically looking at the playing field, just determining that the tide is lowering and all the boats are lowering with it, including ours. So we're going to just focus on ourselves and do everything we possibly can to ensure that when we sink down with everybody else, that we have something they don't. We have some kind of stockpile. We have some kind of value that they don't. And unfortunately, that's not going to be found at this point in time by being pro-consumer. And I know that sounds shitty, but you have to look at it like this. If these people are making these decisions, they're looking at the playing field, they're trying to telegraph, people are expected to have less money. Jobs are expected to be lost. People are expected to struggle. The divide is going to widen. The rich will get richer. The wealthier will get wealthier. The wealthy will get wealthier. The poor will get poorer. The middle class continues to erode. And so what happens at that point? You got to make a decision. We're either going to try to appeal the low end, to those who are not affluent, who don't have a lot of money, and therefore we have to lessen the product. We have to reduce the product. We have to make it work from a business standpoint where we can make it affordable for them, but it's got to make, statistical sense for us. It's got to make business sense. Or you go on the other end and you realize that, okay, the pool of people is shrinking, but we got to decide, are we appealing to those with the money or those without the money? Those with more money or those with less money? And we're seeing those decisions being made in real time. That's what's upsetting people. That's why people are getting pissed. Because the middle, the middle where the balance is found, where you can spend more money, and there are more expensive products for those who want it. There are cheaper products and lower end products for those who want it. But the vast majority of people reside in the middle, where it's harmonious. That's being rotted away day in and day out. And yes, whether people want to believe it or not, whether they want to stick their head in the sand or not, it doesn't matter. It does lead back to politics. It leads back to the way everything is ran. I'm not here claiming I know the fix for it, and that trust me, if I did, I would try to do something about it. But it's not easy. It's not a simple fix. It's not something you can just put a Band-Aid over. But you're talking about decades upon decades and decades of erosion it's catching up, and people are starting to feel it. It's not, and I get frustrated because it comes off as very doomsday-ish, apocalyptic, catastrophic. And I'm like, maybe, but what we are witnessing are people. By people, I'm talking about business executives, people who are running these companies, people who, again, we have to understand, why are they making good money? People who are running these businesses, they're in it for themselves too, which I don't blame them. Like, would you be a CEO for free? Would you work at one of these corporations for free? Would you cut your paycheck in half if you didn't have to? The harsh truth is the majority of people are going to say, fuck no, I'm not doing that. If I'm going to have to be in this position where I'm going to be under this type of pressure with this type of scrutiny, I expect to be compensated well. Okay, but what is your job? What is your job? If we're going to compensate you this well, what is your job? Your job, make this fucking company as much money as you can by any means necessary. Don't let that number go down. Don't let that line go down. Don't let it stagnate, because if it does, you're out. You're out. You're not making the money anymore. We're not making the money. You're not making the money. And again, when you're seeing the erosion of the middle, and the option is we appeal to the low end, we appeal to the high end, this is what you're seeing. This is what you're seeing. It sucks, but it's the reality. And I don't know what the solution is. Why are you speaking sense on my gaming channel, says Shadowlink. I don't mean to be so ranty about it. It's just like, I'm just trying to explain to people that, and this is one of the reasons why I really, I know it seems like I gave up, but it's like, I just realized that my yelling at Sony, I've come to realize that, like, their decision, if Sony were to, I want you to think of this for a second. Let me back up. Imagine Sony were to come out and be like, our bad. Like, it would be amazing. It would be like, yes, like, we won. And this is what I was fantasizing in my head. I'm like, we can do this. We can do this. But there was just this kind of, like, unfortunate, like, hammer dropped on top of my head of, like, you do realize, MBG, that if they do that, that doesn't mean people suddenly have more money, and that certainly doesn't mean suddenly more people are going to start buying physical. And I'm like, well, actually, wait a second. Hold on. That is true. It's like, if Sony came out and said, we're going to, not just Sony, but like Rockstar, the entire industry, if the entire industry said, we're going to lower the price of AAA games, that would be good, and we would celebrate that. But there's another side to that where it's like, so what does this mean for these games? Oh, they have to sell a lot more now. Oh, okay. Well, we could do that, right? You guys can make sure these games will now sell more now that they're cheaper. It's like, well, there's really, at this moment in time, with the erosion of the middle, we know the people who have money, the, more affluent customers, we know they're going to buy it, but we know that number's shrinking. With the remainder, we don't know. We actually don't know. We don't know if dropping games from $70 to $60 would actually make that big of a difference. Because let's face it, and I hate to be the one that has to talk like this, but it is true that, like, if you are in a position, and I say this as somebody where, like, dude, I have made poor financial decisions based on my love for video games in the past. So trust me, I'm speaking from experience. If you are in a position where it's like, I can't buy this game because it's $70, I'm not sure that suddenly that game going from 70 to 60 is going to matter much to you. You know what I mean? Like, it's good, it's better, but it's like, do you understand the bigger picture I'm trying to paint here? Where it's like, it doesn't mean well, let's just get it to 80 or 90 or 100 or 110, 120. That's not what it means. But it does mean that if things continue the way they're going, the solution to these problems isn't just going to be, let's reduce the games by $10, $20. Even if it means, okay, let's reduce the budgets of our games. And that will allow us to comfortably reduce the price. It's like, again, man, we're talking about a time where one of the most popular games in the world, Fortnite, is free to play on every device. I guess I don't know, man. I'm not really trying to. I am trying to make a couple of points, but I'm not sure what the solution is. You know, I think people, they want to see some kind of reset, and it's like, I don't think you guys understand. And this is where I get depressed. Where people are like, we just need to see a reset. And I'm like, what you're asking for, we're so far past that, that's not a possibility anymore. You know? Like, that is not a possibility anymore. Because the reset has to come from the top. And by the top, I'm not talking about the top of the video game industry. That's not what I'm talking about. The reset has to come from way beyond the video game industry. The reset has to come from, you know, like a complete... If we just talk about the United States of America, like, the U.S. has a lot of problems. And the U.S. is like, consumerism 101, right? That's the U.S. What is the U.S.'s biggest problem? There's a lot of fucking problems. The fact that, you're just like $37 trillion in debt. Yeah, that's a thing. It's like 37 trillion. What's that mean? Is that even a real number? Could we even produce $37 trillion? No, you could not. It's not real. It's basically, it's past 40 trillion now. My bad. This is where I'm saying it's like, it's over. That doesn't mean collapse per se, but what it does mean is that it is over. Like, you're never catching up. So now, see, this is where when I tell you guys, like, so what do we do? And actually, for that matter, all other countries that may be in some kind of debt that's just gotten out of hand, what do we do? And you begin to realize that, like, there are some fucking problems that are so far beyond the games industry where it's like, nobody knows what to do. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the result of that. You're seeing people running around with their heads, like it's like running around like chickens with their heads cut off because nobody actually knows what to do because it's gotten so out of hand that it's like, yeah, the only thing left to happen is to let it all collapse and burn. And then we start over. And it's like, what does that look like in modern times? That's the question nobody has the answer to. That's what nobody knows. And that's why, you know, I'm more just watching with a kind of like curious eye. Although maybe more negative, but like, I don't think anybody knows what comes next because we've never crossed this bridge before. We've never, this isn't a thing, including in the games industry. What's happening in the games industry right now? Like, look at how Jeff Keighley opened up his show talking about the struggles of the industry, and he's like saying something without actually saying something. It's like, so, okay, Jeff, like, great little monologue there. Like, so what does this mean? And it's just like, well, I'm just going to show you a bunch of games you could buy if you want. It's like, oh. So what I'm trying to say is, like, what you begin to realize is this. If I'm here to make a point, this is the point I'm going to make. You realize that 98% of people, which is a lot of people, right now and for the foreseeable future, until they have literally no choice, where their life is so utterly disrupted that they have no choice, 98% of people are going to continue to just do what they've always done and just proceed as best, you know, like, okay, this is the new reality. This is the new way. So let's just keep going. Because the only other alternative is completely upend your entire life. This is why when it comes back to the whole PlayStation disc situation, I've come to the conclusion that, like, your only actual option that you have, it's just one option. It's one choice. It's very simple. You're either going to continue to give Sony your money or you are not. And if you choose not to give Sony your money, and you do so because you say, you know what, F you, Sony, you're beholden to your shareholders and you're making poor decisions. At that point, one of the only options you have is perhaps Steam. But I've tried to tell people before, and this is not a slight at Steam. It's just, I'm giving you real life. I'm talking about real life here, guys. Steam also is in the business of making money. Granted, they don't have to play the same type of games that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are. But they're in the business of making money. You know? And so what I'm trying to say is, if things continue to go in the direction they are going in, if it's truly like, this is as bad as it seems, guys, wake up, everybody wake the fuck up, it's all going to shit. If that's true, no one's going to be immune. Not Sony, not Nintendo, not Microsoft, not even Valve. If it's all getting that bad, everyone's collectively fucked. And that's why I'm saying it's easy to yell, like I am now. It's easy to be pissed off. It's easy to fucking, I'm going to point this out, and I'm going to point that out, and that, and this, and everything's so fucked up and so wrong. But when it comes down to it, it's like, okay, so what do we do? What is the solution? Surely if we're going to get this upset, we all have a solution, right? There is none. That's the unfortunate fucking truth that no one wants to hear. That's what no one wants to talk about, because it is what it is. It is what it is, man. Where it's like, you'll continue to make decisions on a day-to-day basis, but ultimately the market isn't, we're not going to be able to save anything, because it's not in our control. These companies are fucking scrambling to continue to try to make a profit while the shit's hitting the fan, and they're going to lean they're gonna lean on the people who have the most money and have the most wealth. But that has the potential of either A, drying up, or B, just not being enough to move the needle. Everybody's talking politics. Let it all go to shit. Let it all descend into chaos. I don't know, man. We live in an entropic universe, so it's inevitable. You know, the entropy is all around us. We can't stop it. We just all we can do is try to fight it. And that's what it comes down to, is if you want to know what people are truly fighting right now, if you really want to be at the higher level, people are fighting entropy. Okay? People are fighting the chaos. They're fighting the inevitable. The chaos that always takes over, the chaos that always gets its way. But that's what we've been doing since the dawn of time. That's what we've always done. We fought and we fought until we couldn't anymore. The chaos gets its way, and then we fight again. The music takes you out of the vibe of the stream. Come on, MBG, we're all going to buy a PS6 anyway. That's the inevitable. The PS6 is the inevitable entropy that's coming for you, brother. If no one is immune, then why wouldn't at least one of them want to have a legacy of, at least we know our stuff is enjoyable if everything ends? I mean, that's a fascinating question, Jedi Guy. I do believe those people exist. Like, I do believe those people who... See, that's kind of it's a catch-22, right? Because it's like, in order to make that decision, in order for somebody in an executive position to make the right decision, they have to do so basically accepting, like, there's nothing we can do here. So let's just try to, let's try to make some lemonade with these lemons, right? It is coming from a place of like, well, I guess we're just going to kind of give up then. Like, there's no possible... We can't move this any further. Like, imagine if Sony decided we can't extract any more out of this without possibly completely ruining what little we have left of our good reputation. So we're not going to do that. In fact, we're going to make some decisions that seem like they might lose a little bit of money, but it's to make our customers happy. It's the volatility of the market. Sony starts doing shit like that, investors start to panic. When the investors start to panic, stock starts to plummet. When stock starts to plummet, people's heads start fucking rolling. And that's kind of why, like, I think what people really want. So here's what I'll settle on. And I'm going to read these I'm a little bit behind on a couple super chats. Here's what I've settled on. What I think people want, okay, after observing all this, I know I come off very like, give up, who cares, you can't fight it. What people want is something that does naturally occur. And it's not a bad thing. It is kind of bad. Like, it's a natural cycle. It's like life and death. I mean, it's, being very broad here, but what people want is to see a company like, let's just say like Rockstar or Sony. You can really use both right now. They want to see them reset. Like, we want to reduce you to rubble again so we can get the right people in here to rebuild it. And the problem, as you can see with that, is, well, why does it have to be reduced to rubble? It's like, well, because that's what's necessary. Maybe not rubble, but like, again, think about the last time, if we're talking about PlayStation, think about the last time this happened. It was with the beginning of the PS3. What had to happen? Sony had to basically be reduced to rubble. It's not like they were completely gone, but it's like, Jesus, we are on the ropes and about to die, basically. The brand. That's when the right people come in. Because they understand. It's kind of like what you're saying, Jedi, where it's like, when the realization is it's do or die, sink or swim, our only hope of survival is to appeal to, I don't know what the fuck the topic is, bro, is to appeal, not just appeal, but to do right by our customers. Those who we have left, which are at, at certain points, very few compared to what we used to have. And the reason why I get so down on people, not on people, but the reason why at this moment in time, I seem like I have no fight in me, or like I've given up. It's not because I've completely given up, but it's because the timing is off. The timing is not right. We have a longer path to walk. Like, it's going to take a lot more time. And that's why I kind of feel like, I almost just feel like telling people, like, dude, just enjoy what you can right now, because the reset is coming, but it's not right now. And that's why I try to tell people, like, calm down, like, save your energy, enjoy your time while you can, because Sony's not going to get humbled this year or next year. Rockstar's not getting humbled. I don't care what this leaker does. Rockstar ain't getting humbled. Because you have to understand, the humility isn't going to rise from more money being given to them. Humility isn't going to be born out of, we're breaking records. The opposite is going to be born of that, as we've seen. So what I'm trying to say here is it's going to get worse before it gets better. See, I'm not all bad. It will get better. It's just going to take a longer time. And in that time, it is going to get worse. And, you know, everybody can engage and interact with that as they please. Yell about it, scream about it, cry about it, be indifferent to it, support it. It doesn't matter. It's all going, it's the wheels are in motion. They've been in motion for a very long time. And when it comes to the only thing I don't feel completely confident in saying is that when it comes to beyond the video game industry, looking beyond that, looking at the whole political landscape, the governmental landscape, it's been cyclical, and it seems like the cycle, I don't know, it has yet to yield some really, really, truly productive and positive, we're going in the right direction results, no matter who seems to be trying to take care of shit. You know, is the entire system broken? Perhaps. But when it comes to the video game industry, the reset is coming. And it's going to be a very natural, you know, most of it's going to be very natural. It's going to peak in the next, I think, 6 months. I think, like, you're going to see the peak with GTA 6 breaking records. PS5 sales are going to be doing really great. Nintendo's still doing great. Even Microsoft will. I don't know. I mean, Microsoft's just in this perpetual state of not doing well, but not giving up, and making it sound like we're going to get them next time. So it's like, I'm assuming that'll just continue until something actually changes. And, you know, Valve will just keep doing what they're doing. And that cycle is just going to continue probably for at least another year, maybe 2 years. Could take longer, depending. And when it comes to what's going to happen with the reset, what I'll say is that my prediction for the big reset, my prediction truthfully is that, like, it's going to be good. Like, you're going to see, like, heads are going to roll. People are going to be ejected. Don't worry about them though. They're making their money right now. You don't have to worry about them. They're making their money. But when they leave, or when they're ejected, it'll be because the shit is starting to hit the fan. Like, real bad. Like, the shit's really starting to tumble downhill, and we need the right people to come save this. And when that happens, you get the people in there. I don't know who they're going to be, but when you get the people in there that are like, it's like, I always bring it back to Dark Souls. Miyazaki, From Software. Do you know how Demon Souls was created? A lot of people don't know this story. Do you know how Demon Souls was created? Demon Souls was originally... Hidetaka Miyazaki wasn't even directing it. He was just like a programmer or something. I forget what he was, but he was not the director. Demon Souls was meant to be created to compete with Skyrim. Sony was scared of Skyrim, and they're like, bro, what the fuck? We need our own. So they talked to From Software, and From's like, yeah, we could do that. And whoever was, I don't know who the name of the person who was originally in charge of directing Demon Souls, but it was not coming together well. Like, it just, like, wasn't working. And basically From Software, like, gave up on it. And they're like, Sony was like, bro, this is shit. We don't even know what you're doing. And From was like, we don't know either. That's when Hidetaka Miyazaki, you know, they were like, who wants to direct this piece of shit? And Miyazaki was like, I'll do it. And if you listen to his interview, he explained that, like, he literally went in being like, okay, like, nobody cares about this project anyway. It's already dead. I can do whatever I want with it. And there you go. A whole new genre was created with Demon Souls. Now, granted, people still didn't quite understand at first with Demon Souls just what they, you know, they didn't quite understand what they were playing. But then Dark's the second iteration of it, the more refined iteration, and then boom, you have a whole new genre. And here's the thing. A lot of you guys today who are saying my favorite game series, or like, you know, some of my favorite games are from the Souls genre. That genre was born out of like competition that basically didn't exist. One end of it completely bottomed out, and they just said, fuck it, we can do whatever we want. And you get the right people, you get new people in there, you get the right people in there. People like Miyazaki were like, I'm just going to make the game that I think would be cool. I'm just saying, or maybe it wasn't Skyrim. Well, no. It was Skyrim. It was Skyrim, because Skyrim came out in 2011 and it was in development. Demon Souls, or am I thinking, maybe I am thinking of Oblivion. It was one or the other. Irfan says, I still don't understand though. So what I'm trying to say is PlayStation is gonna eat shit at some point. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was in development for that long. That's interesting. I'm saying all these companies are going to eat massive piles of shit at some point. And they're all doing everything they can to avoid it, but it's inevitable. Do you know why Jim Ryan retired when he did? Do you know why Andrew House left PlayStation when he did? Why do you think all these executives, when they find that big success, they're like, I'm out, bro? Because they know the inevitable cycle of, there's a really good chance we're going to be eating shit. I don't want to be here when that happens. I set you guys up. Do what you got to do, but I'm out. And that's where it's like, you know, it's all Herman Hulst's fault. And look for my last message. But they're really, I got a couple super chats. So I'm sorry, guys. If I didn't, I have like 2 super chats I have to read. But are they really doing that, John? If no one can give their work to the following generations, they effectively admit that they are irrelevant as an entity. No transferability equals no sociological position. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, I want to have a deeper belief that, nah, like, come on. Like, these are, you know, I know we dehumanize corporate executives, but it's like, I don't know, they're people too, and you know, I don't know them personally, you know what I mean? Like, they're in a position where it's like your job is to be greedy basically, but I'm sure like a lot of them are actually, maybe not a lot, but I'm trying to say, I think they're not like actual like genuinely evil people, you know what I mean? Like, they're just people who are, they're you know, at the highest, they're at the cutting edge of how a corporate individual is supposed to operate. But if you look at the corporate structure, people say it's like sociopathic basically. And that's a whole nother concern of like the whole, it's the corporate structure that's rotted everything to the core, perhaps. But I want to believe that there are people in these places. And maybe it is the developers, man. Maybe it's the creatives. What you're describing, Jedi Guy, like, to me, that's what I see in the creatives, where they care about that shit, man. Like, the people, this is why I'm like, dude, I can't root for GTA 6's failure. I just can't do it, because it's like, I know for a fact, I know people are like, oh, boo-hoo, the devs. It's like, no, man, it's not about crying for the devs. It's about, like, there's people who have spent years of their life getting paid, of course. I'm not saying they're doing the work for free, but like there's like it's like, yes, I'm trying to be part of something, like I'm trying to help create something that's going to really fucking transcend the generations. That like no matter what, like if the fucking world ended the day after GTA 6 came out, when a whole nother species fucking finds us, you know, millions of years later, and they're digging up our planet and they're like, what is this? You know, it's like that'll be there. That'll be remembered. I don't know. People are like, bro, what are you talking about today? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about today. Discs. All right. All right, I got a couple super chats I got to read. Cheese, you're saying people say GTA will fail like they say the Switch 2 would or COD will every year. It's just a loud minority online screaming into the void GTA will make money. Well, yes. Cheese, what I'll say to that is these things are like things like the Switch 2, things like Call of Duty, things like GTA 6, you know, the idea of these things failing, they fail only under one condition. That is that the actual entire system that's holding everything up, not in the games industry, I'm talking everything, where it's like, yeah, so people are now, and people are already experiencing this, but it's going to happen on a much wider scale. It's like people can't afford to eat. They're not worried about video games. Yeah. I know that to a small extent that's already happening, but once it reaches, like, once the person, what I'm saying is, like, once the person who buys Call of Duty every year can't afford to do so anymore because it's like, I got bills to pay now and I got other expenses and I just literally can't do this anymore. That's when this shit really starts to, that's to me when the great reset potentially of the industry happens, but it's going to coincide with a kind of reset that needs to occur at a higher level. That, I mean, who the fuck knows what that would look like? Devil Shooter, remember, for 21 months, says only a matter of time. Sony's maximizing profits will hit the games made. I bet Totoki hates even 100 million games. Let's just focus on Fortnite / GTA 6. I mean, probably. Totoki seems, yeah, he seems like, I don't know. I mean, I try to actually, like, envision what it would be like. Like, I try to imagine, what if I was the CEO of Sony? Like, dude, I would be shitting my pants, is what I would be doing. I would be so fucking afraid at this moment in time of, like, what do we do? Like, how do I make this company money right now? Because it's not really obvious at the moment. I would not, I don't think I would take that position. But that's the thing. You know, that's why I don't feel sorry for them, for the scrutiny that they're under, because it's like you're choosing that position. You're choosing to get all the benefits that go with that position. You got to make the right moves. And if you don't deserve to be in that position as far as I'm concerned. You deserve all the scrutiny. Mr. Veggie, you're saying, oh wait, yeah, Mr. Veggie, you're saying the rich and chosen will watch from space platforms. Oh shit. And the space platforms will be destroyed by attrition and the petering out of supplies. Banks will burn and the money will be useless one day. Well, I mean, I don't think you're I mean, I don't know about the whole space platform thing. Maybe you're right, but the idea of money being useless, I mean, the reason why I mentioned the debt that the U.S. is in, over $40 trillion in debt, is because money is already, like, it's, I think the human race, it's like we're struggling to get to that point that we need to get to as a collective species, where it's like, is there more than enough to go around for literally everybody? The answer is yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. With the technology we have today, with the advancements we made, yeah, we're good. So why are we not doing that? Well, because we're primitive. We're still primitive. Like, we're still tribal people, you know? Like, we haven't evolved to that point yet. And I feel like the greatest example of that is the fact that when we look at money, right? Like, the things people will do for money, we all need it. And we'd all be willing to do things we want to tell ourselves in our mind we wouldn't, but we ultimately would, because it's like either that or die. Sorry. You know, it comes back down to the most basic need to survive. And we still impose that onto this currency and this but the whole thing is, like, we've created this to create structure, to create, you know, something that is more, you know, less chaotic, not more, less chaotic, right? And it's just not real, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not real. Like, the value that we place on things, even if we tried to make it real, I mean, well, like, a US dollar is supposed to be worth its, you know, like, it's supposed to have a certain value in gold, and it's like, that just isn't, Well, why do we put the value in gold? Oh, because gold, you know, it's rare. It's like, what do we do? What are we doing? Like, what is all this shit that we're making up? Like, we can't do better than this? We absolutely fucking can do better than this. We don't want to. There's too many people that don't want to, and they're not willing. You know? I don't know. I know I'm going off the fucking rails, but it's like, the problems have always been there. Like, the problems I'm acknowledging, like, they're always there in our face every day, but it's just nobody knows what to do. You know, you could just make the argument that it's like, there's too many people. Literally, there's too many people. Like, there's too many people with too many different thoughts, too many different ideas of what the best way to do something is, and it descends into chaos. Always. Cheese, you're saying people can agree or not, but Nintendo has done right in terms of lower budget on games, focusing more on gameplay. Big budget games made the industry unstable. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I remember they were getting criticism for that a couple years back. But now, yeah, that's turned out to be a saving grace for them, where they're like, fuck. We don't have to readjust. We don't have to do a major pivot because we've already we positioned ourselves perfectly. And I mean, you know, you got to give Nintendo credit. It's working for them. I mean, the thing is, what Sony's doing is working for them too. It's just there's more casualties along the way, it seems, for Sony. You know, what they're doing is working, but there's more sacrifices and more casualties. And so there's like, I think when we look at that, it's like, maybe we should make this more efficient. Denarcan, you're saying MBG, how's Mrs. MBG enjoying the new Switch 2 gift by Michael Warneth? Has she given screen time with it? I hope she didn't break the dock. No, the dock's good. She's been playing the shit out of it, to be honest. Irfin's like, God! Irfin wants to be my producer so bad. I mean, I can have like a little earpiece in. Irfin's like, fuck! God, click the goddamn link. Click the link. It's been 45 minutes. Click the fucking link. Let me just take this earpiece out. He's going rogue. Dude, I don't think I could ever have a producer because I would just end up fucking them over accidentally. Like, not intentionally. They would just be like, what am I even doing here? All right, let me click the link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Official new details on GTA 6. So this is official. This is coming from I think a magazine that just came out. In-game social media system that you can scroll through and see existing characters blow up through viral posts. Jason and Lucia's bodies can physically change if you eat too much or work out. Their faces change if you don't sleep enough or on the run. God, they're doing it. They're finally bringing back a GTA San Andreas mechanic, but taking it further with the faces. Sean, you're saying first official GTA 6 article is out. Yeah, I didn't expect any of this info to drop today. I thought it would have been tomorrow. You mean I can sub to MBG and GTA? Well, hold on. Let me reread this. Let me reread this. I don't think that's what it means. In-game social media system that you can scroll through and see existing characters blow up through viral posts. So this is single player oriented. So when they say existing characters, I think they're talking about characters you meet in the single player game. Although you would assume that this is something that's going to be heavily integrated into, you know. Is that why Lucia's booty was so big in that leak? I mean, dude, you know it's going to be so funny when people max out how fat or jacked these characters can get, and they're going to max out. They're going to, like, Jason and Lucia are just going to be fucking roided out, or they're just going to be like huge and fat and running around. I don't know. That's going to be some funny shit though. But yeah, those are mechanics that I haven't seen since San Andreas, man. I mean, oh, that's cool, man. I'm so happy to see that. Them changing the fact that their faces can change though, that's interesting. If you don't, so wait, you're saying if you don't sleep, so there's a sleep mechanic. I'm assuming like if you save the game. Yeah, that was in Red Dead 2, right? NPCs are far more varied and actually uniquely react in real time to whatever you're doing. So without, you know, I'm not gonna spoil anything from the leaks or anything, but all I can tell you is that you know, with these leaks that we've seen, bro, these NPCs look next fucking level. This is what I was talking about. This is why I like, for as dire and as doom and gloom as everything seems, that's why if you watch my video today, my excitement is genuine for GTA 6 because I'm like, dude, I'm gonna make my characters morbidly obese. Dude, I saw a leak yesterday. I'm not gonna reveal any details. I'm not doing that. But all I am gonna say is that the level of detail, I've had this expectation in my mind. I've had this expectation in my mind of like what it could be like, and what I've seen of the leak so far, it's like I think it's actually maybe surpassing my expectations somehow. I'm not trying to overglaze, but I'm just being real. Where it's like, god damn, dude, this is I don't know. Read the actual article. It's kind of crazy. It's good. I'll see if I can gain access to the actual article. Yo, Em, I have to ask, bro, do you want copies of GTA 6 for you and the missus? And if so, do you still want the novelty of the case? Or would you just accept a gift code for each copy? I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but I will say in this case, I would just take the codes because I would feel genuinely bad of like, yeah, man, send out some empty boxes. That's what you should do. You should send me some empty boxes. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. We got some time, but yeah, I'm not completely opposed to it. I'm going to play GTA no matter what, so. Thank you, Irfan. All right, so we have the actual article here. I'm going to bring up some of the screenshots too. Well, maybe I can. Oh, that's flipped the wrong way. All right, so here's some of the. I think this is one of the main characters of the game, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's more. Yeah, they have like 7 pictures here. They didn't give him a whole lot, but they gave him a little something. It didn't save all the pictures for me, though. So these are the only 2 that saved for some reason. All right, this feels a little inappropriate right now. These are the only pictures that saved. Hold on, see if I can save the other ones. I don't know why they didn't save. It says they're here. You will just do the codes, Jedi guy. I think that would just be the simpler way to go about it. All right, yeah. So I'm not kidding when I say I've saved these images numerous times. These are the only. Oh wait, hold on. We got another one here. MBG, make that the thumbnail. There we go. It should be the thumbnail. All right, let's read the article. So this is Dazed Digital. The story taken from the autumn 2026 issue of Dazed, which is on sale internationally from September 10th. On the sweltering Leonida Keys, sweat slicks the skin of two lovers on the run as they toast New Ilmia. At this point, it's becoming distracting for me. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, Cyrus, yeah. All right, let me try this again. On the sweltering Leonida Keys, sweat slicks the skin of two lovers on the run as they toast new beginnings, watching the sunset over the water. A breeze blows through their hair, and you can almost feel the condensation dripping from the cold beer bottles in their hands. In the background, locals gather on the weather-beaten dock, indifferent to the story unfolding between the outlaws. Elsewhere, a few miles north, tanned bodies of all shapes and sizes swarm the sand of Vice Beach. Further north still, locals are caked in mud, kicked up from the back of a dirt bike or spattered on a Stars and Stripes bikini. And as night falls, back in Vice City, sweaty crowds surge to deafening hip-hop beats spilling out from clubs on the neon-lit streets. So, I just want to see if these images loaded in yet. Okay. Still not. This one. It continues. It's been 13 years since Rockstar Games released Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the most acclaimed and controversial video games of all time, and it's been roughly the same amount of time since work began on its sequel, Grand Theft Auto 6, which transports the action from San Andreas, closely inspired by real-life Southern California, to Leonida, based in Florida. That's more than a decade of anticipation, meaning there's an unprecedented pressure to the follow-up to meet expectations, as Rob Nelson, head of development and co-studio head at Rockstar North, tells Dazed, quote, "However, I don't know that any amount of external pressure could compare with the pressure we put on ourselves as a team," end quote. Hold on. Sorry, give me 1 sec here. I'm trying to... I'm gonna read the rest of it. I think there's still quite a bit. Something is glitching on my screen, and I don't know why. Okay, whatever. I guess I can't do anything about it. All right. It says here, if you accept that video games are an art form, then Rockstar Games has produced two of the most significant works of the 21st century so far, GTA 5 and the Western-themed adventure Red Dead Redemption 2. The numbers speak for themselves. In 2013, the former broke records for the fastest-selling entertainment product of all time, earning $1 billion in just 3 days, more than any book or Hollywood film. 5 years later, RDR2 took the second spot, but the latter also came with a gear shift. While GTA satirized modern life with wacky characters, high-octane car chases, and explosive gunfights, RDR2 was hailed as one of the most realistic and immersive games to date, with a slower, more emotional tone suited for its storyline. GTA 6 promises something in between the two. The open-world game is set in the same fictionalized US that serves as the backdrop for the rest of the series, with all the weapons and supercars you'd expect, but the world is more grounded and reactive than before. Gone are the days when you could traverse the city like a god. Now players' actions have consequences. Walk down the street with a rifle, and the city will have something to say about it. More and more, the games are converging on real life, and non-player characters, NPCs, are acting, well, less like NPCs than ever. For some gamers, there's a fear that what GTA 6 gains in immersion, it loses in the chaos and anarchy that have been part of the series' DNA since the onset. But for Rockstar, the goal is to create a world of total immersion, which reacts more realistically than ever to what you choose to make of it. We look back at our previous games with a critical eye and see where we want to evolve based on what we didn't do as well as we have liked to, either because we didn't have the time, resources, or technological capabilities, or in some cases, things we just didn't do as well to consider as fully as we could have. This is what Nelson said. He continues, a lot of what we do is very iterative. We adjust a lot of things by feel based on what is working and what isn't. The story has evolved too, with higher stakes and characters grounded in all aspects of the world they inhabit. Players step into the shoes of Jason Duvall and Lucia Caminos, an ex-military drug runner and a fighter fresh out of prison, respectively, and can choose to either play as a couple or go off and cause chaos independently. This marks the first time that a GTA game has featured a playable couple in the lead role, which makes for some unique scenarios. On the way to a job, for example, players can cruise along the highway as Jason or swap to Lucia in a passenger seat to scroll on the in-game phone. Yes, there are working social media feeds. What satirical take on 2020's America would be complete without them? When the job inevitably goes wrong and spirals into a car chase, the fluid system enables player to take the wheel in one moment. Yeah, okay, so I read that correctly. Then fire on pursuers out of a passenger window the next, and afterwards, when it's all blown over, they can skim across the waves on a jet ski, admiring the Leonida landscape or seascape and leaping dolphins with their arms wrapped around their partner's waist. So there's still more to read here, but let me just go check on the chat before I continue. My chat is frozen. Oh, there it is. Shadow Link with a $2 super chat. He says, hit that like button, everyone. We can do better. Yeah, guys, please hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream. I appreciate that. You think GTA 6 won't live up to the overblown hype? Irfan, what's this you're sending me? Jez Corden says his sources have told him the entire supply chain for optical disk drive components is collapsing. Microsoft still hasn't really put its mark on the disk debate, although sources tell me it's less about the disks and more about the disk drives themselves. The entire supply chain for the components required to make optical disk drives is collapsing, with assembly lines pivoting away from the tech as users actively opt for digital only. Damn. How crazy would it be if it's like, yeah, no, it's not our fault. Nobody will make disk drives anymore. I don't know. I doubt that, but. Shadowlink, you're saying GTA is going to live up to everything I want, so I don't care. I'll be happy. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that have happened and are still happening that, you know, I think are trying to bring this game down, and I don't think so. Like, I still firmly believe that GTA 6 is going to be in a league of its own. It's going to be in a league of its own, and nothing's going to stop it. Like, you know, like Randy Savage. Let's continue with the article here, though. My God, everything is freezing. Why does it keep freezing? Okay, we're back. Continuing with this article about GTA 6, though. Do you have to... I don't know if you have to stop at traffic lights. The cream will rise to the top. Michael, what is that? It says true romance like Jason and Lucia's usually takes a back seat in GTA games, which, when it comes to matters of love and sex, are more commonly associated with strip clubs and underground sex work. But GTA 6 is very consciously staged as a Bonnie and Clyde type narrative, says Rupert Humphreys, Senior Vice President of Narrative at Rockstar. The trailers alone feature a slew of intimate cutscenes from Jason and Lucia's own fugitive tale, which showcase the special attention that Rockstar's art and technology teams have paid to how bodies look and feel. A hand on a rib cage, hips swinging on a packed dance floor. For some gamers, the story might even serve as one of their earliest encounters with a romantic, albeit crime ridden relationship, where their choices can have repercussions that cut much deeper than Rockstar's previous titles of honor systems that reward. That reward conscientious game playing. Dude, I don't know why I keep getting ads popping up. Lucia is also the first fully fleshed out female lead in a mainline GTA game. Before her, it's male protagonists all the way down, dating back to 1999. Grand Theft Auto's 1997 debut featured a 50-50 split of male and female protagonists. Previous installments, including GTA 5, drew criticism for misogynistic themes and underdeveloped female characters, but the series has evolved and hopes to attract more female gamers to its previously male-heavy player base. In Lucia and Jason, they have created characters with rich, complex identities, while still leaving ample room for players to make their own. The thing we love about this medium is the way these characters aren't empty avatars that you can do whatever you want with, says Nelson. Their stories become a journey you share with them. The joy of GTA is as much about what players do with the moments in between story beats, though. And Rockstar offers what has been, up until now, as close to true freedom as you're going to get within the confines of a virtual world. We want to enable as much self-expression as possible, says Nelson, without losing the essence of the characters. Take GTA 5's version of 2010's Los Angeles, for example. You could rampage through the streets with an assault rifle or a tank, cruise by the Pacific in an open-top car blasting Frank Ocean, or even relax with a round of golf. RDR2 pushed things further. Between shootouts, the player-controlled protagonist Arthur Morgan and could retreat into the wild to fish, hunt big game, and make a campfire under the geographically accurate stars, or lose time drinking and gambling in remote frontier towns. Come down out of the mountains, and in a few game weeks later, he'd have grown a long beard and a mane of hair, and visibly lost some weight, or gained it, depending on your skill with a bow and arrow. Or with a bow and arrow, I don't know why I read it like that. Bar fights, meanwhile, would leave him bruised and scarred. GTA 6 marks the return and expansion of these interactive systems that, after the protagonist's bodies... Wait, what? GTA 6 marks the return and expansion of these interactive systems, that alter the protagonist's bodies. My eyes are messing with me today. Food affects Jason and Lucia's weight, while exercising visibly builds and tones their muscles. And if you end up spending a long time away from your bed, on the run from police, or on a multi-day bender, their features are going to pay the price for that as well. The effect is a bit like the picture of Dorian Gray, only instead of your soul being recorded on a spooky painting in the attic, your habits and sins are written onto the faces and bodies of the game's avatars. This kind of interactivity is unique to video games, shaping the virtual world and the player's responses to it in turn. Between visual feedback mechanisms, deep relationship mechanics, and the heightened realism of the world they inhabit, people might even think twice about going on an arcade-style rampage of GTA games gone by once they land in Leonida. Interesting. You might think twice about going on that crazy rampage. It's too real. I mean, geez, maybe. Vice City, the heart of GTA 6's Leonida, is based in Miami. This means players can expect encounters with virtual iterations of Florida Man, the cultural archetype turned meme known in real life for wrangling alligators, drunken antics, and literal Grand Theft Auto. But these outsized characters are just one bizarre facet of a world built with an open mind, a genuine appreciation, and deep curiosity towards the culture it's based on, says GTA 6 game writer Michael Wife. It's easy to go in with a cynical view and say, well, that's weird, put it in the game. But we couldn't just stop there. We have to bring a sense of discovery to the players too, not just repeat cliches that already exist. To do that requires years of on-the-ground exploration. Various groups of Rockstar employees have visited Miami and its surrounding areas over the last decade, and there's a dedicated research team embedded in the city. That firsthand context helped us understand the visual markers and nuances that define the identities we wanted to represent, explains Jamie Lee Lloyd, senior art director for characters, while filtering them through the unique lens of GTA and the stories we wanted to tell. Humphreys agrees that these experiences are essential, noting that a majority of the game's characters are born out of this research, which includes meeting real people who call the state home. We will meet with ex criminals, law enforcement, cult promoters, gun dealers, and anyone notorious or influential who would take our calls, he adds. We hang out, get a feeling for the place, listen to the stories, cross reference that with books and journalism, and try to get to the heart of what characters will bring to the city we're creating. So you, aka Mr. Hamster with the super chat, says, by the way, MBG, can you say HBD to me? It's tomorrow. Getting old. Well, happy birthday, bro. Happy early birthday. I wish you happy birthday tomorrow as well. You're getting old. I'm getting old too, man. Appreciate the you're dropping super chats on my channel the day before your birthday. Chill out. You don't have to do that, so you. All right, we got some more to read here. Says in GTA 6, this cast includes various criminals from old school drug runner Brian Heater and his conspiracy obsessed associate Cal Hampton to suave bank robber Raul Batista. Elsewhere, the lines are blurrier. Vice City legend Booby Ike, I had Booby Ike, okay, and oversees a private empire, including the Jack of Hearts strip club, a GTA staple, and a music studio overseen by the young, opportunistic Draquan Priest. We love Miami music, particularly Miami bass, going through the more recent Miami artists like Kodak Black and Sexy Red, says Humphreys. We were also really interested in how the hip-hop scene in Miami exists in house parties in Overtown, clubs like Booby Trap on the river, and then high-end places like South Beach where bottles can cost thousands of dollars. We needed characters who could take us through those worlds. In the years since the release of the last game, the music industry has witnessed a shift in focus toward female artists, as represented in the game's rising stars, Real Dimes, whose journey can be traced via an in-game social media posts. With characters like these anchored in specific places and time, is there a risk of tipping back into reductive Miami parodies, especially given the game's long lifespan? If today we look back at GTA 5's hipsters and geeky tech bros as a kind of 2010s time capsule, what kinds of cultural archetypes will we look back on when we visit GTA 6 in another 13 years? And will they remain true to how we experience them in the present day? The artists, writers, and developers at Rockstar are conscious of the tightrope they're walking. Take Stu Petrie, vice president of 2D/UI design, who has overseen much of the careful world building in GTA 6, including the many in-game products, brands, shops, and campaigns that bear more than a passing resemblance to their real-life counterparts. Our vision is to build a vibrant, believable culture, he says, meaning that every brand, from fashion label to car company, has to feel like more than just a one-off joke, as if it actually exists and serves a real purpose in Leonida's cultural ecosystem. These brands reflect the aspirations, aesthetics, and lifestyle of the people that inhabit our world spaces. Drop into the game as Jason or Lucia, and they come to reflect your inner life as well, lending an extra layer of meaning and to each haircut and outfit of choice. It's a lot of reading. Oh my God. I think we're almost done. It's a lot. It's a lot to get through. I think we have like 3 more paragraphs. So it says the potential to explore a diversity of cultures and lifestyles is partly why the series ended up circling back to Vice City and the state of Leonida in the first place, Nelson suggests. Florida and Miami have perhaps one of the most diverse and interesting populations in the world. Few know this better than Miami-based stylist Jillian Carr, who, I hope I said their name correctly, who has worked with Rockstar since 2023, designing an in-game fashion ecosystem that aims to reflect all the nuances of taste, lifestyle, affluence, and individuality that are displayed in the city and in America as a whole. Vice City is built around vanity, says Carr. Between social media, celebrity culture, and a constant flow of tourists, appearances carry significant weight and trend cycles turn over quickly. This brings us to the background NPCs. Young and old, tall or short, tattooed, pierced, or modified with plastic surgery, wearing throwback Hawaiian shirts, sharp suits, luxury fashion, or muddy combat gear. The bodies and clothes of the virtual masses are also far more varied than in previous games and more tailored to their local environments. From Vice City's Little Cuba to the wilderness of Mount Calaga National Park. To bring that diversity to life in-game, we developed new tools and pipelines that enabled us to build the most detailed and varied character population we've ever created, says Lloyd. But ultimately, he adds, making that population feel authentic comes from more than appearance alone. It's the combination of how a character looks, moves, interacts, and expresses themselves, brought together through collaboration across multiple teams. Wife hopes that all these systems working together deliver a landscape that players feel they've been dropped into and are made to endlessly roam around in. And then finally, says to pull off the technical and cultural feats required to build a world of the scale, depth, and interactivity of GTA 6, the Rockstar team has more than doubled in size since the release of Red Dead Redemption 2. It has offices around the world, with one branch in LA dedicated almost solely to the world of in-game pedestrians, or NPCs. More than 50 real street artists were brought in to design murals in places like Vice City Stockyard, based on Wynwood, Miami. The team that deals with vehicle handling is made up of literal race car drivers. Again, it all adds up to a lot of pressure, and not only because of the investment of the time, money, and effort is on par with several wonders of the world. At the time of writing, there's an online rumor that the game costs more to build than the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. But also because if all goes well, this is a work of art that people could spend the next decade with at least. It's a lot of pressure internally and externally, but that pressure is ultimately a privilege, and we are fortunate to have that, Nelson says. All we want to do is deliver for our audience. So there's a lot of reading, but there we go. I'm going to have to catch the playback, bro. Thank you for the conversation today. Fair warning, everyone. Just a round of Jedi membership bombs for MBG family coming. Keep tuning in for a shot to turn green. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of this when you're able to watch the playback later, man. Yeah, we'll be probably talking more. Well, not probably. We certainly will be talking a lot more about GTA tomorrow, because we're going to be seeing the actual gameplay. But they put out this article before they drop the Netflix special. So it's not like my biggest takeaway from this article, because I know it was a lot, but my biggest takeaway is, like, when I talk about GTA 6 reaching a new level and achieving like a new height and just being in a league of its own, I think you kind of get that sense with, the roles that they're hiring for, like the level of dedication. What I'm trying to say is what they're doing behind the scenes, the amount of time and effort and just budget that has gone into, we can hire literal race car drivers for this part. We're going to actually bring in real graffiti artists and stuff to do murals and whatnot. And it's having people dedicated to just the brands, having just these large dedicated teams for just every singular aspect of this game. To me, this is what's going to come through. Is I can tell you right now, looking at some of those leaks, I'm like, holy fuck, bro. They're not playing around with this game. They're not playing around. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Oh, I just realized I still have these pictures up. All right, let me get these out of here. All right. I want to go see. So, all right. Shifting from that for a moment, though, we're going back to the Xbox conversation because you guys sent me a tweet from Asha Sharma. I'm actually going to just bring this up. I want you guys to be able to see it as well, because there's a little video attached to it. So Asha Sharma says your physical game library is more than a collection of discs. It holds years of memories and stories with preserving. Starting next week, Xbox insiders can unlock a digital entitlement for supported physical games. We'll start with thousands of titles and add more as we can. Is there audio to this? Does it play says, will you support actual physical media again, though? Full games on disc to be played on systems without needless DRM would be the banger move for next gen in light of Sony's colossal boo-boo. If you put a disc drive in your next Xbox, you'll win the battle. A lot of people would switch for you. I mean, big fat Xbox W. Might be time to take my talents to Xbox. See, this is where, like, oh man, it's right there. It's right there, Microsoft. Do it. I mean, for real. Like, people are... It's funny because we know Asha Sharma reads the comments. We know she's looking over this stuff, and it's all... everybody's... The message could not be more clear. Announce that you're going to do physical disc-based games for the next generation Xbox, and we'll be there. But here's the question, right? Like, we know that the big reason why these companies are moving away from this is because it's not making a lot of money. It's costing them a lot of money. And according to Jez Corden, if he's to be believed, the whole pipeline of manufacturing disk drives is collapsing, which is that's a whole nother problem in and of itself. But I think it would be a big win for them. All right, we got Boss in here, finally. If they can go physical, you wait as long as you can to announce it because you don't want to give Sony the opportunity to backtrack. Oh, I like the way you think. I mean, that's brutal. I mean, you're absolutely right, though. I will say this, though, Sparky. The problem with that is it will leak. I mean, when it comes to all these different gaming companies and the leaks that they suffer, Xbox is the worst, bro. Xbox has everything leak. They can't keep anything a secret. So if there is a decision that's made internally that, yeah, we're going for it, that will come out. But that would be huge. I mean, if I'm giving my honest assessment, though, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that, you know, when you look at Microsoft and how they're handling the Xbox division right now, you look at how Asha Sharma is handling it, putting the talk aside, it's very clear that this whole reset is happening because they need to make money. They're losing money. They're talking about returning to profitability, I think, by fiscal year 27 or the end of fiscal year 27 or something like that. Basically not too long from now. And committing to something like we're going to do physical games for the next generation is going to be going in the opposite direction of that. Not to say that they couldn't do it. They could deem it necessary. But I think when you look at how Xbox has been doing things for a while now, they've been much more open about wanting to be more digital. And most importantly, the player base of Xbox, 90% of Xbox players are buying their games digitally. So what I'm trying to say is if the decision were to be made on Xbox's part where they're like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to go all in with physical games next generation, they're taking a significant risk because they're literally only doing it in the hopes that this will move the needle and convince enough people to forego sticking with their PS5 or buying a PlayStation 6 and instead buy what will probably be a very expensive Project Helix. And that's why I think it is important when we look at the stuff. I'm looking at some of the replies underneath Asha Sharma's post, and it sounds good. You know, you're getting people, they're leaving posts saying, hey, you announce physical games for next gen and physical game support for next gen, we'll move over. It's like, who is we? I assure you, the hundreds of likes you're getting on that particular post, it's kind of like Gears of War E-Day being exclusive to the Xbox console. You know what I mean? Like, if you go back to when Microsoft announced that Gears of War E-Day is going to be exclusive and it's not coming to PS5, there were so many people that were like, this is good. Yes. And if you look at the like amount of likes it got, it would create this, I think, false illusion. It creates an illusion. Likes aren't sales. You know what I mean? Typing a response isn't a sale. A sale is a sale. And the reality is this game's probably not going to do that great. I mean, I don't want to like say for sure. I just mean that by them deciding they're not going to sell it on PlayStation 5, I think, you know, it does have Steam, so it could do very well because of Steam. But them deciding we're not releasing this on PS5, I feel like, you know, it's you're going to see people being like, yes, Xbox exclusives are back, baby, console exclusives. But the reality is going to be this game is struggling. That's not true, Tribal Chief. Come on. King Sam, thank you for the jewels, buddy. Sent a guitar. What was that worth? How many jewels? 1,000 jewels. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Weren't Xbox games already struggling? Well, that's the thing. They were already. And what I find strange about Gears of War E-Day in particular is I feel like that's a game that actually probably would have done very well on PlayStation. I know not every game, in fact, most games that Xbox put on PlayStation didn't do that great, but I do think E-Day is one of those titles where I think that would have hit. But I think it has a chance to do well on its own. You know, I don't want to count it out. I'm just saying that, like, the reason why I'm highlighting Gears is because it does show that Microsoft is willing at this point in time to make decisions that don't necessarily make 100% business sense, but get the fans excited and create a positive buzz around their console and their platform. So because of that, I wouldn't completely rule out the idea that they wouldn't do something crazy like this and announce in the build up to Helix, like, yeah, we're going to have a disk drive. MBG, Microsoft has given Asha an impossible task, bringing Xbox back from the grave and making it alive again. Unfortunately, Xbox has no future, and anyone who believes otherwise is only fooling themselves. Well, I think it depends on what you mean when you say Xbox. Like, if you're talking about Xbox as a brand, I disagree. If you're talking about Xbox as like a console, I think, yeah, the console comeback I don't think is possible. Like, literally. I don't think it's possible because there's too many factors working against it. Not only is it the least popular console, but it's going to be extremely expensive. And this is why when we look at Microsoft deciding they're going back to doing console exclusives, it is a little bit perplexing where it's like, guys, I don't know. I mean, I would love to be wrong because I don't have a problem with exclusives. I never have. I don't have a problem with a hardware manufacturer, a console manufacturer saying we want to make games that really shine on our box and make our box seem unique and worth having. It does become a much tougher sell when the prices start shooting up like they are. And it's interesting because I am interested in Gears of War E-Day. And, I already have it on Steam. And it's interesting to think that, like, if this game really was truly like it's only on Xbox, I might have considered, you know? I don't know. I mean, you're saying I don't agree that the brand is dead. I think the brand is not in a great place. Like if we're analyzing Xbox, I mean, every single quarter they're reporting more and more and more losses, man. And they're having trouble keeping it under control. But this, they've had to completely gut their studio business to try to get things under control. Cloudy, you're asking me to read your last message. Let me see. Atlas confirmed that Persona 6 disc will only be on PS5, so I don't think physical is returning for Xbox at all. That's a good point. Yeah, people were bringing that up yesterday. Yeah, there are upcoming games that aren't even getting physical Xbox releases. So I think the disc to digital program is a great thing that Xbox has announced. I don't see anything wrong with it. If we are going in this digital only era, like honestly, I do think this is gonna look bad for Sony a little bit. Not massively, but it's like, how come you guys aren't offering this program? I do think Sony will be able to. Oh, actually, I don't know, Ray. I'll have to check. I think Sony will be able to offer a disk drive to say, if you want to play your PS5 and PS4 games, here you go. But outside of that, it is going to, what's going to make it really tough, in my opinion, for PlayStation is they're going to have this digital only handheld that's going to be able to play PS4 and PS5 games. And I don't know, Sony has to think of something. They have to, because imagine all the players that maybe they have digital games, but they also have some physical games, maybe a fair amount of physical games. And they're going to tell those players, like, sorry, you have to rebuy these games if you want to be able to play them on the handheld. I'm like, that's crazy. That's why I feel like Sony has to have something. They have to come up with some type of solution, because that's going to be a tough one. Like, that's going to hurt the handheld right off the bat. Sony already did. They want you to buy the games again to support those. I don't think they said that flat out. I think there's an insinuation with them not saying anything, but yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I have some questions for the disc to digital program. Will it be optional if you want to play the game off the disc or have a digital license completely? Will you be able to have a secondhand market? I don't know. They didn't really go in depth with it. So it does seem like there could be some caveats here. Remember, it was about the PC ports. You think Gears will be another trash box? Jesus. Gears looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks pretty good, man. I got to be honest. All right, hold on. Let me, I need to close some of these tabs because there are Bungie's trending. Why is Bungie trending? Destiny Bulletin posts 4 hours ago. Destiny 3 or Destiny 2 Revival. New hints suggest something is happening behind closed doors at Bungie. Huh. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. What else are they going to do? The hell else are they going to do? Oh, by the way, it was confirmed that previews, just a heads up, guys, previews for GTA 6 are dropping tomorrow right after the Netflix special. I think some people assumed that would happen, but we do have official confirmation that's happening, which is pretty cool. All right. How long do you think GTA 6 is going to be? Hours wise? I mean, like Red Dead Redemption 2 was like 70 hours, right? A new Fable trailer dropped, 18 minutes. 18 minutes? So this is not even a trailer, it's just straight up gameplay. 20 minutes of Tomb Raider? Oh my god, that's too much. Too much. Yeah, I'm seeing the conversation between Irfan and Pushing Polygons, and yeah, I feel torn, you know? Like I feel the effects of both sides. I feel the effects of things are just getting bad in some sense, where it's like, geez, man, uh it doesn't feel so good. But then at the same time, it's like, but these games, like the act, like these actual games and the act of playing them, it's like pretty good. You know, it's a weird position that we're in, I'd say, collectively. You're saying the GTA 6 story will be about 20 minutes? It'll be 20 minutes in total. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream today, please do me a favor. Hit that like button. All right. Hitting the like button lets me know you're enjoying it, and it helps a lot. And if you guys want to support what I do here, we are totally fan funded. I can only do anything I do on the channel because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support the channel directly. By the way, I do need to ask this question because there's something wrong with my feed on my Streamlabs. Has anybody tried doing a direct donation today? I just want to make sure it's not like this isn't completely broken. Well, because first off, if you did do a direct donation, I didn't receive it, or at least it didn't notify me. I'm going to go check. Okay. No, I don't see anything. So I don't think anybody did. All right. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's just kind of busted. Yeah, that's true too, Pushing Polygons. The sentimental value of it, the tangibility of it. No, I totally feel you, man. I feel you. Like, it really is a little bit depressing to me that, like, my son, he really likes Astrobot. He loves Astrobot. And I'm like, I'm not going to be able to, as far as I could tell, like, I'm not going to be able to give him a physical version. You know, like, I'm not going to be able to, like, get a physical version of that game and wrap. I mean, I don't know. I guess they'll still sell a box, but still, like, the idea of not being able to wrap it and, you know, put it under the Christmas tree or birthday or something, you know, it's a little bit depressing. I mean, I guess technically you still could do that if they still release a box with a code in it, but You know what I mean? It's not quite the same. MBG, for you personally, would that be a demotivator for buying a PS6 if zero disc support, or do you not care about it? Well, I mean, that would be, God, man, that would be tragic. I don't want to like pretend that if I were to, it's like, oh, I want to buy the PlayStation 6 because all I want to do is play my PS4 and PS5 games. No, I mean, truthfully, if I was buying a PlayStation 6, it's mainly to play, it would be to play PlayStation 6 games. However, if I had to buy a very expensive PlayStation 6, knowing that, like, yeah, there's just no physical backwards compatibility, I'm like, that's crazy. You know, like it does feel like very demotivating. Like it just feels like a bad deal. You know what I mean? Like, so I can't use any of my games. That's why I'm saying, like, there's got to be something. There's got to be something. You know, people have said that they're going to sell a disk drive that you hook up, but you have to buy it separately. You're not even going to be able to take the disk drive that you have now. That would be crazy. Yeah, the 10th anniversary stream, Murphin's hyped. Sorry about that. They should sell the box with something collectible, like a plastic card themed of the game that's got the code in the background or something. Something like an amiibo combined with the game code. That's an interesting thought. I mean, it won't satiate the people who care about ownership, but the idea of getting a little physical some kind of physical tangible bonus with it, that's not a bad idea, actually. I don't know though, man. I don't know. The idea that they would do that, it would be interesting because it would, I don't know, like it would make it a more viable option on store shelves, you know? I'd even be more okay with this if they said we're going to phase it out. PS5 will get discs until it's done, and PS6 will never. I've been more okay with that. We agree there. Yeah, I think that's where, like, unless we end up learning something, it could be. I mean, this is why Jez Corden's report that apparently the entire supply chain of disk drives, like the entire supply chain. Let me read this one more time. Jez Corden says Microsoft still hasn't really put its mark on the disk debate, so they haven't said whether they're going to be doing physical discs or not next gen. Although sources tell me it's less about the discs and more about the disk drives themselves. The entire supply chain for the components required to make optical disk drives is collapsing, with assembly lines pivoting away from the tech as users actively opt for digital only. So it almost starts to seem like, yeah, this would have to be something that if Sony were to continue to do physical discs, they would have to just do it all on their own. Like the entire operation would have to be funded by them if that reporting is true. And I don't know, I do agree with what some of you are saying here though. Like it just feels like the plug is being pulled too soon. It should have been later, you know. Bring your own disk drive. Build your own disk drive, you son of a bitch. I think the timing of it is what really has devastated people. While it may be true that the majority of people are, you know, buying their games digitally, I don't think that changes the fact that for everybody who is still buying physically, this just came as a kind of like, whoa, we surely were getting at least one more gen. And that's what feels weird about it. You can't believe this. Movies are still selling on Blu-ray. Sony Pictures still relies heavily on that. The funny thing is, at one time, Sony could have done it all internally as they made disk drives. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many question marks when it comes to how this is all going to play out. But, I mean, are there people right now where, again, they're kind of, I think there are people that are getting a little bit of ahead of themselves. And I think they're looking at this announcement from Microsoft and they're automatically assuming, well, this is low key confirmation that they're going to do physical, next gen games. And it's like, I don't think you should set yourself up. I think it's okay to wait and see and entertain it as a very vague and unlikely possibility. But I have no doubt in my mind there are probably people out there right now looking at this and they're like, Sony, see Sony, this is how you do it. And it's like, I don't know, man. They do need to do this too, but I think people just, you don't want to mix these things up. All right, so there's something else I want to talk to you guys about. If you don't mind, for just a couple minutes here before we wrap up. So there's a game that was announced yesterday that genuinely shocked me. So we were watching Gamescom opening night live together yesterday, and I won't lie, I wasn't super excited for the show. It was a okay show. Like, there were definitely some good games shown, but there was one game announced that I couldn't believe it, and I spent a good portion of yesterday evening. Yes, you guys already know the game. I spent a good portion of yesterday evening researching it and listening to the developer interviews and getting as much information on it as I possibly could. And that game is called Stage Tour, Guitar Hero's spiritual successor. Publisher and developer Red Octane has announced the release date for Stage Tour, its spiritual successor to Guitar Hero. The plastic instrument rhythm title hits PS5 on December 10th, 2026, just before Christmas. Stage Tour is essentially a new Guitar Hero game. You can play it using a suite of instrument peripherals, including guitars, microphones, and a drum set. And it features a lengthy list of licensed music to play along to. As notes come down on the screen, you need to hold the right frets or strum at the right time to score points. It's the exact same as what you've seen with Guitar Hero and Rock Band. The game will comprise of over 90 songs at launch, which I think is the largest set list for any of these games we've ever seen at launch. You're looking at artists like Metallica, Paramore, Black Eyed Peas, Blink-182, Muse, Fall Out Boy, the Rolling Stones, Duran Duran, Genesis, Motley Crue, and Radiohead. Sounds pretty stacked. And they did say they will have other types of music too, but they're mainly focused on rock and metal, which, I mean, obviously I'm going to be attracted to this game. On top of that, you'll be able to collect hundreds of licensed in-game instruments based on real-world brands like Gibson, Epiphone, and Kramer. It really does appear to be the grand return of this type of rhythm game. And yes, most of the development team are comprised of former developers who worked on Guitar Hero and Rock Band. And there are a lot of questions with this game. One of the biggest things that people are asking is, will you be able to use your old peripherals with this? So they did confirm that on PC, everything will just work. On console, they were saying that you will have to buy an adapter. I don't think that they're going to provide the adapter day one, but there's like apparently a bunch of third-party adapters you can buy. They said if you buy one of those third-party adapters, all the peripherals, any peripherals you have should work with it. So this was like the big concern that people had. I think they're going to try to make their own adapter though. But that's a big deal because people were worried that like, oh, I'm going to have to rebuy like all the instruments. I am all in with this game though. They said they're going to be supporting it. Obviously, they're going to have a ton of DLC tracks. They're going to be supporting it for many, many years. This is the beginning. I am just shocked that this exists. This is incredible to me because I grew up playing Guitar Hero and Rock Band, and it was such a important game for me. Like, I don't talk about it that often on the channel, but it's like, you hear me talk about games like Metal Gear Solid and Dark Souls and whatnot and God of War and all this stuff, and these games mean so much. But yes, in the beginning, dude, these games, I love music. I'm a musician. I play the drums. Music is so important to me. And these Rock Band games, and Guitar Hero. I mean, I think the first Guitar Hero I ever played was Guitar Hero 2. They fused these two things together in a way that I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there just mind blown by the idea of like I get to engage with music and music that I love too. And that's what's so important about it to me is like these were, I mean, it's Guitar Hero and Rock Band, and they're, it's rock music, metal music. And I learned about so many different artists and songs. I discovered so many. And obviously playing Rock Band. So Rock Band 4 came out, I think, in 2015. And I was all in with Rock Band 4. I bought the big band box. Me and Mrs. MBG and our friends and our family, we played this game for years and years. And eventually, over the course of 10 years, played it less and less, and just got to a point where it just was non-existent anymore, and all the instruments broke and stuff. And I got my money's worth. Trust me, I put like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into that game, and I got my money's worth. And so I genuinely thought, like, that was it. That was the last hurrah. And then they announced this shit, and I'm like, no way. Now, I have to admit, when I first saw this announced, I thought, oh, this is like some small indie thing. It's not going to be the same. And the more I've been looking into it, I'm like, no, this is better. Like, this is bigger and better than anything they've ever done before. Pretty much all the people, not all, but the majority of the people who made these games, they're like, we're just going to all get together and fund it ourselves. Or I don't know if they have a publisher or not, but they're doing it themselves. And it's crazy. So let me talk to you guys about the drums for a second here. Okay. They have a bunch of different bundles you can buy of this game. So I'm actually going to send this to you guys in the chat, just so you guys know that this even exists. This is the game on their website. I'm posting the link. I'm not sponsored or anything. I'd love to be sponsored, but if you look at this, these are the different bundles, and they actually have more accessories. Like, they have different versions of the guitar you can buy. And as you can see, they have 1, 2, 3, they have 4 different bundles. And here's the one I'm looking at. I'll show you. The one that I'm looking at, as you probably already have guessed, is this one here. This is the most expensive bundle. It's very expensive. It's not cheap at all. I think it's 300, was it $400 maybe? $350? It comes with everything basically. It's $350. It's the Pro Band Kit. And dude, here's what's crazy. I want to tell you this. The reason why this game is so special to me, and the previous Rock Band games are so special to me, because I know it's like a cheap little toy, looks like it, drum kit. What's amazing about it, you see those 3 cymbals? You see how they have a double bass? They have 2 bass pedals. If you play this game, hold on, Shadowlink, you're saying, MBG, maybe I'm just not the same as others, but why the heck would you want to use old peripherals from some old games? Honest question. I'd want the new stuff. I mean, I feel the same way. It might be because some people might have this stuff and it's in great condition. Like if I had taken care of the Rock Band 4 drums that I bought, or maybe like they're like hardly used. It's just like something they would only pull out at like family gatherings or something, or when friends were over like once a month or something like that. So maybe they're like in still in really good condition. I could see that being a reason why, because it's, if you want to buy this stuff, it is expensive. But I'm with you. If I'm this is one of those things where it's like I'm either all in or I'm out, and I'm all in with this. I'm all in, baby. But what makes the drums so incredible with the 3 cymbals, the 4 toms, or the snare and the 3 toms, and the bass, you get 2 bass pedals, is you can learn how to play the drums with this. It's not the same as the guitar. You can't learn how to play guitar by playing the Rock Band or Guitar Hero guitar. You just can't. You can get an idea of what it feels like to hold it and use your fingers, I guess, but you can't learn how to play guitar. You play these drums, so the way it normally works is they have 4 difficulties: easy, medium, hard, and expert. Now, if you're looking at the guitar, if you're playing on easy, it only uses the first 3 frets, green, red, yellow. If you go to medium, it adds the blue fret, so you have 4 frets now. If you go to hard and expert, it adds the last orange fret, and then expert just makes it kind of crazy. MBG, is it a double bass pedal or is it a hi-hat and bass drum pedal? It's just a double bass pedal. It seems like they haven't figured out a way to incorporate a hi-hat pedal. That's like the only thing it's missing. So there is this idea that if you wanted to actually learn how to play drums using this, you are going to, the only part of the drum setup, like a basic kit setup, that you will be completely baffled by is the hi-hat pedal. That'll mess you up. And you'll have to learn that. But that's pretty much the only thing. And I don't know, man. I just, so, you have the 4 difficulty levels for the guitar, but the drums, things get taken to another level. You have easy, medium, hard, expert, and then there's like expert plus, and then like expert pro plus or something. I don't know if that's what they actually call it, but basically there's like, what is that? Easy, medium, hard, expert. There's like 6 difficulties for the drums. And essentially, if you go to the very top difficulty, it registers the drum, like you're playing the actual drums. It's registering all 3 cymbals. The red is the snare, yellow tom 1, blue tom 2, green floor tom, and it utilizes double bass. And when you hit the notes, so like if you're doing like a basic hi-hat, snare, bass pattern, you can't hit the yellow pad and the red pad and have it count. You have to hit. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, Rocksmith was the game where you would actually learn how to play guitar. But that's what, as a drummer, this is what made these games so incredible to me. I always loved Guitar Hero. I always loved, I don't play guitar, so playing Guitar Hero to me made me feel like I could play guitar, and it appealed to me. But I'll never forget when I first started playing the drums for Rock Band, and then eventually Guitar Hero World Tour, and then eventually Rock Band 4. And in Rock Band 4, they added the cymbals and the double bass, and I'm like, this is fucking incredible. I had hundreds of songs, and every single day. So there were years of my life from like 2015 to like 2018 or 19. Like, I didn't have a drum kit. I didn't have an electric kit. I didn't have an acoustic kit. But I had my Rock Band 4 drums with the cymbals and the double bass. And so I was playing that shit every day. And it kept me, it kept me playing. I was still practiced. And that's why when I did get that electric kit eventually, I'm just like, yeah, it's just like riding a bike, man, So, did they mention they make accurate drum transcripts of the song? Yes. So, when you play on Expert, you are playing the actual drum transcripts. If you're playing it on the highest Expert difficulty, you're literally playing it where it's like you're basically reading music, like a dumbed down, color-based version of like reading music, essentially. It's so cool, man. And so like I recommend to anybody out there, like if you're ever interested in learning to play the drums, but you're a gamer, this is the real deal. Like this will do it for you. And it's hard. It's not easy. Good. I'm so excited. Like this is why I'm not. I know I come off as like a miserable, unhappy person sometimes, and I am. You know, I'm not happy all the time. I got shit going on, but it's the little things like this that I'm like, thank you. Like it's not free. It's not like I'm gonna have to pay for it, but it's like, dude, you don't understand how excited I am. Like you don't understand how fucking hype I am for this, guys. I can't. Like I'm still processing that this was announced yesterday. I don't think I was even remotely aware of this existing. I'm so fucking stoked. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, bro. Fucking November 19th, GTA 6 is dropping, and then December 10th, this is dropping. It's over. I am gonna have to stream games for a living. No more talking about games. I'm just gonna be streaming them. I play guitar and bass, but the drums are hard for you. Yeah, it's the opposite for me. Drums come completely natural to me. I've tried messing with guitar, and I've learned like a couple things here and there, but I'm just like, I think when I was like 17 and 18, I was really trying to learn guitar, but I'm like, this just isn't, I can't do this. Oh, man. I can understand that as a fellow musician, but I'm a guitar player, so I don't get anything out of these kinds of games. And yeah, I could imagine if I was a guitar player, playing Guitar Hero probably, like playing the guitar would probably feel very diminished. That's why that's why I love what, I'm just, the thing I'm most shocked about with this, guys, to be honest, is when I was playing Rock Band 4 at its peak, and they're like, you got the 4 drums, you got the 3 cymbals, you got the double bass pedal. I'm like, that's it. I'm like, it peaks here. And you can even hook up electric kits, by the way, which I've never done, but you can do that using a MIDI cable, which is super interesting. Never did that myself, though. Because then I would literally never stop playing. But, I thought for sure, like, that's it. That's as good as it's going to get. And so to see, like, 10 years later, they're doing it again. They're rebooting it. They're starting fresh. And then I thought for sure, like, they're not doing drums. And then they showed the drums. I'm like, what? And then they're like, and we're doing the whole thing. We're doing the Expert Pro Plus. We got the cymbals. We got the double bass. I'm like, it's like the whole, the Vince McMahon meme where he's like, and he like falls out of his fucking chair by the end. That was pretty much me when I was learning more about this game. And I can't believe too, it's worth noting they're going to have a set list of 90 plus songs at launch. And I'm pretty sure that's the most we've ever seen. I'll double check that. So like for context, hold on one sec. So for context, see, this is why this is such a big deal to me. Where I'm like, dude, I thought this was going to be a lesser version. This is the opposite. This is like the better version of this game. Rock Band 4, which at the time, I was like, dude, this shit came with a lot of songs. It shipped with 65 songs. This version is shipping with over 90 songs, close to 100. So almost double. It's like getting to that point. And they haven't even revealed the full set list yet. And a lot of the songs that they've revealed already, I'm like, this is good. A lot of the artists, a lot of songs. And they said they're going to be adding some different stuff too, like some jazz, some hip hop. And I'm like, this is awesome. This is fucking awesome. Dude, they don't even know how much money they're going to be getting from me. You guys are going to have to be donating. You guys are going to have to be funding my addiction to this game. But there's one other thing I wanted to show you guys that I also think is cool. They are actually, if I could find them here, official hardware. So you'll be able to buy the hardware separately if you want, but they're launching a bunch of different guitars as well. And I'm going to end up buying half the shit, I bet you, at some point. If I can afford it. I'm going to go broke over this game, bro. What are they doing to me? Oh, wait. Some of these aren't for PS5? Or PC multi-platform. I'm assuming PC multi-platform is for PS5. Right? Hold on, I'm looking now. Yeah, it's got to be what it's... Yeah, it says PC / multi-platform. But anyway, look, they got a couple of different guitars, too, you're going to be able to buy. This is the Explorer. I mean, come on, bro. Look at that shit. Yeah, they partnered with Gibson. You hope Breaking Benjamin, Bullet for My Valentine. I mean, at the very least, they're gonna have DLC songs. I didn't realize, dude. Listen, I didn't understand the ambition of this team. Like I just had it in my mind like this was a small team doing some nonsense. You know, that's like trying to keep the spirit alive. But no, like they're like, no, this is it. Like this is the new platform. We're doing this. So I think they're gonna get everybody, man. They said 80% of the artists that they approach and 80% of the labels that they say, hey, do you want to be in our game? And they said the reason why they have 90 plus songs is because it's been so easy. Like artists and musicians, like they want to be involved with stuff like this because it's like amazing exposure for them. And they just get money, you know, like for their music. This game needs to pop off. Well, I'm going to be one of its biggest supporters unless something goes catastrophically wrong. I'm also just shocked it's coming out in a couple months. Like this is so crazy, guys. Like I didn't even know this thing really existed. I think I remember like in passing hearing about it, but I'm like, it's probably nothing. And then they're just like, yeah, it's coming out in a couple months. Fuck. And they're going to have online multiplayer, by the way, guys. They're going to have they're going to have different game modes. They're going to have like a roguelite mode where you go on tour and shit. I'm like, this is awesome. This is so cool. Like, it's why I'm saying, like, hey, man, things are not great on the business side of this industry, but god damn, as a gamer, I'm fucking drowning. How the hell how can I be miserable when this exists? You're going to give it a go, Dwayne? My overall thoughts on Gamescom, I thought it was pretty good. It was okay. Like there's definitely a lot of stuff I saw. I was like, I was having a hard time yesterday too. I was in immense pain yesterday. I got to be careful. Like sometimes when I'm in that much pain, I don't know if I should stream. Like I come off like fucking pissed off and like super miserable, but I'm just like spend like the rest of the day practically in bed. That's weird, man. I don't know why. It was like bad yesterday. It happens though. It's been getting better. Like it's been less and less, which is good. But they also have, I'll show you this too. They got the Les Paul, bro. That's the one I would want. So I had to take some time to talk about this, man. I had to take some time to talk about this. I'm very excited for it. As long as it won't break the bank, I'm all in. I'm all in. You're having a lot of bodily pain too? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it just happens. You knew it. Yeah, I was... See, like, because my whole thing was I felt... I normally just would have taken off yesterday, but I felt kind of bad. Because I was like, it's Gamescom, though. Like, people have been asking me if I'm going to stream it or not. I probably shouldn't have went live so early, though. That probably didn't help, but it is what it is. What bundle should I get, though? Well, I mean, I mean, it's tough because I think if you're going for the more expensive bundle, you're definitely paying a lot more for the drums. I think you have to determine if you have any interest in the drums at all. You also have to factor in, like, if this is a type of game that you would want to break it out for when family and friends come over. Now, keep in mind, they did confirm, like, you don't have to do one person on mic, one person on guitar, one person on drums. If you have like 4 guitars, everybody can play guitar and bass and rhythm. If you have 4 microphones, you can just all sing together. If you have 4 drums somehow, you could all drum. Like, you can mix it and match it any way you want. So, it's a matter of if you buy it, you're keeping it sealed. Yeah, it'll probably be worth money at some point. So I think it's just a matter of, like, here's the thing too, like, based off of how they're running their website, I think you'll be able to buy this stuff for a long time. So, like, if you just want to buy the guitar bundle just to get a feel for it, and then eventually you get, like, really into it, maybe you buy DLC songs, you're like, you know what, I think I do want the drums. I think you'll be able to just buy the drums separately. That's what's interesting about this, is this is being done in a way where, like, I think this is here to stay. Like, this is the final platform. Like, this is the culmination of where Guitar Hero and Rock Band, I don't know why I said Rock Band, were, this is its final form, where this is the live service. Let me see if somebody's publishing this game. Who is publishing Stage Tour? It's see, yeah, this is the real deal. Okay, their parent group. It's being published. They're self-publishing it. Red Octane Games is publishing it. The parent group is Free Mode Division or of Embracer Group. The studio features a team of veteran rhythm game developers and original members of the classic Guitar Hero era. So it's more Guitar Hero coded than it is Rock Band. I think this might be its final form, though. Yeah, Embracer, a little concerning there. The memes from Bad Singers will go through the roof if you can play online. Oh yeah, dude, they confirmed you will be able to do multiplayer online. So I'm very excited, man. God damn. I mean, will I stream it? We'll see. I mean, it's one of those things where I have to be really careful with copyrights and stuff, but could probably make it happen. They would probably have to be streams that get deleted afterwards if I were to do it. I would love to stream this shit, though. Oh boy. I'll be streaming here too much. You guys will be like, can you play something else? I'm like, nope. And I could invite some of you guys. We'll play multiplayer. One of you get on guitar, somebody on mic. Although I do wonder if you have somebody singing through the multiplayer, if you'll hear them singing. I hope not. That'll ruin it all. Stage tour Sundays will now be a thing. I might, dude. I might. I'm telling you, I've put. So just to make it clear how much I loved Rock Band 4, like 2 years ago, I was like rummaging through an upstairs closet and I found the old guitars. The drums broke a long time ago. Sadly, I played the shit out of them. And it seems like with this, you can buy a replacement kit or something. But I was rummaging through my closets and I found the 2 Rock Band 4 guitars. And I'm like, oh shit, this is where they were. And I felt so excited to play it that I pulled out, again, this was 2 years ago, my Xbox One X, slow as molasses. Took me forever, but I downloaded the game and I had to reinstall all of the DLC. I had hundreds of songs and I got it. It took literally like days to get it set up, but I finally did, just to find out that basically both of the guitars were broken because of the way that they were sitting in the closet. Like one of the necks actually just like straight up snapped, and I didn't realize it when I first was holding it. The other, the actual fret bar, broke because of the way it was leaned up in the closet. So I basically didn't store them properly. And no, it wasn't the black mold that took the guitars, luckily. And so I I was very brokenhearted when I realized, like, fuck. I was so excited to play it again. And, I just kind of gave up at that point. I'm like, all right, well, it's just a thing of the past now. I'll have my memories. And so just to see this kind of like fall out of the sky where it's like, no, dude, we're back. We're back, baby. And, I got to add this in here too. Like, I don't want to get too overly emotional or too, depressing here. I'm not trying to be depressing or anything, but like this upcoming holiday season is going to be so tough. Like I've been talking to you guys about, and it's crazy. It's come January of 2027. It'll have been 2 years since my cousin passed away, which I don't understand that. Like it's not registering in my brain. It doesn't feel like 2 years. It doesn't feel like it's been a year and 8 months. It's really strange. But this holiday season is looking really tough because the games that are coming out, dude, especially GTA 6, but also Stage Tour, that's another game that my cousin really, really liked, and we played a lot together. He loved it. So my cousin, he loved karaoke. He loved singing. And he loved changing the lyrics of songs to very inappropriate stuff. But he would come over my house and when I had Rock Band 4, and he was like addicted to it. He loved it. And I remember we were fucking sitting there playing Alice in Chains Rooster. I'm on the drums. He's singing his ass off. He was really trying though too. And my other buddy was on guitar. And it was just so cool, man. Like we really bonded over that game, and he was trying to get a setup of his own to play it. And it's just tough because you got Wolverine coming out. Me and my cousin loved Wolverine. One of our best gaming memories was playing X-Men Origins Wolverine. And we loved that game. We loved Wolverine. We went to go see that movie in theaters together, dude. We loved Wolverine. So it's tough, dude. Like it's tough looking down this shit. It's like you got Wolverine coming, you got in GTA, bro. Me and my cousin this was when I had a PS3, and he was one of the reasons I stuck with my PS3. And he's like, Johnny, you got to get GTA 4 for PS3, and I'm like, okay. And he's like, you got to come play GTA Online with me, bro, or like multiplayer. And I'm like, okay. It's not something I'm like super into at the time. And you know what we'd end up doing? Every night we would just log on, get on the mic, and we would go on GTA 4 multiplayer and like the free roam or whatever. And we would just go into the airport and just fuck around. Like we would just fuck each other up. He would get in a chopper and chase me down. And we were doing this for like years. And we're just shooting the shit, talking. And so, and that carried over to GTA 5. And it just feels so weird that like all these things are happening at one time, and it just feels like he should be here. He's not, but feels like you told us only a few months ago. I can't believe it's been that long. Rip your cousin. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. Like there are many different instances in your life when it feels like time slows down or time speeds up, and it's so strange how our perception of time changes depending on what it is. And in this case, it's like time has. It feels like it's been almost instantaneous. And I don't know. And it's weird because like I can recall all of the things that have happened in between, but it's just, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird, man. So it's a lot of heavy stuff coming up, but I'm going to try. I know it may sound a little bit corny, but it's like, this is one of the reasons I don't want to be like completely miserable all the time. It's hard. It's hard, but it's because it's like, dude, I should be lucky. I'm alive. I'm breathing. I have, people who support me. And I'm, literally they support me in the playing of video games. And, my cousin's not here anymore. He's not going to be able to partake in this stuff with me. But I'll have to make up for that. I'll enjoy it. I'll have to make sure it's not in vain. Enjoy it for the both of us. And I just, it's like one of those things where if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't want the people I cared about to be sitting around feeling miserable. I'd want them to do, live for the both of us, be happy, do something, smile. That's what I would want. So I'm, there's a lot. I feel like there's kind of a lot on my shoulders going into this holiday season. It's such a strange dichotomy because, like, on one hand, I feel, there is that weight and it is a sadness. But on the other hand, it's like there's a joy. So it's, I guess it is the interesting dichotomy that is life. But Asha says, I know players love physical media, and I know there's a lot of benefits to digital media, and I want to make sure people have a choice. When did she say that? Uh-oh. Oh, it's getting interesting in here. It's heating up. She said that today. Well, I guess we're going to find out. I'm 100% sure he'll always be in the video crowd of the game watching you rip it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man. Like, I've legit had dreams of my cousin and GTA 6 because it's just so weird, dude. Like, he would talk to me about this game and we'd make jokes about this game. And it's just so strange. It's so strange. But I don't know. There's like a part of me that likes to think that, I mean, if you guys, I'm sure anybody who's here right now, you've listened to some of my existential discussions. Who knows what's possible? Who knows what lies beyond this earth, beyond this universe, beyond our perceived reality? And there's like a part of me that wants to believe that, like, this is the sad part. You know what I mean? Like, actually, he already played the entirety of GTA 6 and every GTA that came after. Like, whatever he's doing is way better. It's like that kind of optimistic thought of being in a better place and existing in a reality that's beyond the confines of this one. And, saying I feel that my cousin died 4 or 5 years ago and my father died almost 3 years ago. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. I can't deny that I've changed, I definitely have some bad trauma and things that I don't know, I probably should be in therapy, but it's like, I'm a very, very, very stubborn person, and probably, yes, Mrs. MBG, she'll smack me upside the head and be like, yeah, you are fucking stubborn. Yeah, I mean, you still got the memories. And it's interesting because, like, not to get too deep on y'all, but it's really interesting if you explore the idea of the fourth dimension. Now, we can't prove the fourth dimension exists. We can't prove it, but we're trying. And quantum physics, string theory, all this stuff seems to indicate there might be some other dimensions here. What's super interesting, and it's hard to really truly grasp, but, like, if the fourth dimension exists, so we're living in the 3D plane, right? Time is basically the fourth dimension, but for us, it only goes in one direction. So because that's like, we live in the 3D plane. It's interesting to think that if we could exist right now in the fourth dimension, and think about this, it's so hard to grasp, but, like, we could literally if you were to look back at your life from the time you were born to this very moment, you could almost look at it like a timeline on, like, a video editor. And I've talked about this before, but I'm just so fascinated by this notion. But it's not like still images, you know, like picture it like this. Imagine if you could boot up your monitor or your phone and you hit play. And when you hit play, it's, you know, the moment of your birth to, you know, up until where you are now. And at any moment you pause it and you can enter it and you re-experience it. Like I want to pick up from this point. Like it's kind of like, you know, when people say like, oh, I wish I could go back in time. Basically if existing in the fourth dimension means you can do that. You can go backward and forwards in time. Time doesn't only go in one direction. And that's why I sometimes think like, man, if you could do that, if like we could exist in the fourth dimension, if we do exist in the fourth dimension, think about what that does. Like, just imagine if right now you could go back to any point in your life and just start from there again. It's, you know, then it gets into the whole idea of quantum theory and Schrodinger's cat and the idea that like every single possible outcome does happen all at one time. It's beyond me, you know, in this moment. But it's just, I don't know. I find that fascinating. Very, very interesting. Like Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen. But from what perspective are you seeing it? From a bystander's, from your POV, or an invisible camera adjusted by your mind? I mean, that's the thing. If you're existing in the fourth dimension, I think the presumption is any perspective. It's super interesting if you listen to people's near-death experience stories. One of the things that a lot of people who have near-death experiences or straight up have died and then come back, they'll tell you that like, yeah, I got a life review. It's like everybody gets a life review. It's like, what is that? Basically what it is you get to experience the entirety of your life from every other perspective. And I'm like, that's some mind-blowing shit right there. Or like, that's some fourth dimension shit. Where it's like, so here's this moment in time where you were fighting with your significant other, except you're going to be able to experience it from her perspective, the entirety of it. And IGN 7 out of 10 life review. Yeah. And I'm like, that's just really, really fascinating. Like, it almost does make it seem like life on planet Earth in this universe that seems to adhere, well, it doesn't seem to, it adheres to a very specific law of physics, and that law of physics means time only goes in one direction. All that's required to completely break that and create something entirely beyond it is time doesn't move in one direction. That breaks everything for us. It's impossible for us to imagine that because it completely breaks the laws of physics. And we can't really truly understand what it would mean to have a conscientious existence in a plane that lacks the laws of physics that we currently adhere to. We can try to imagine it, but that is where the incomprehensible aspect of the great beyond becomes incomprehensible. And it often makes me wonder if there's like, because it sounds like a lot, right? Like imagine if you're just dead, and it's like, that's a lot to process at one time. So I wonder if there's like a kind of transition, you know, like there's people like put in place, or like entities or spirits or whatever, to like, we're going to help transition you and get you acquainted with this, you know, because it seems like it'd be a lot. I genuinely don't understand how people figure this stuff out. Me either. MBG, you know to watch the Bleep You Know movie. I'll post the trailer in the Discord. Could it be your brain goes through all of your memories just to figure out how to deal with the dying situation? Well, I mean, dude, if you go deep enough into that thought of like, you know, there's this idea when the brain is dying, the brain is what from what we can tell, like, is what gives us our perception of reality. Without the brain, we have no reality, right? The brain is what adheres to the laws of physics. So there's like this idea, and I guess this is the idea of like we don't have a soul, or like there isn't an afterlife of any kind. It's kind of like this idea of like, yeah, you're reliving your entire life. You're going through all the memories. It's like a flash, like you're having these really intense hallucinations. Well, here's the thing about that. We don't fully understand the brain. In fact, there's so much about the human brain we don't understand that for all we know, when a person is dying and, the brain is at like its final point, it like freezes time. Or not freezes time. That's a bad way to put it. It's like, imagine you just like got hit on the head right now. Like really hard, really fucking hard. Like hard enough where it's like, this is going to kill you. And you're lying on the ground, unconscious. And the last thing that happened to you that you can conscientiously remember is you were just there and then you just weren't. You got hit in the head. But imagine suddenly you wake up somewhere. You wake up in your bed from when you were 5, your 5-year-old bed. Your 5-year-old in bed, you wake up and you're starting your day. And you're like, wow, that was a weird dream. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then you live a life from 5 years old onwards till your next death. And that all happened in your brain. Like, what I'm trying to say, that this is trippy. You could be hallucinating right now. You could be dying right now. You could have already, like, this entire thing you call your life. I'm like me, I'm 32 years old. I've lived 32 years on this planet and it's all real. I can remember it all. It's like, actually, no, you're a 98-year-old dude dying in a hospital bed. And this is just a, really sophisticated hallucination where time has been completely altered. So it's like you've experienced 32, what you believe to be 32 years of this life. In reality, it's you've been in a coma for like 3 days. I'm just saying we don't know how the brain works that well. Like, we don't actually know all the intricacies. We know that the brain is blind, if you look into how the eyes work and the signals it sends your brain and what your brain's doing to show you everything you're seeing, it's basically a giant hallucination. It's fucking weird when you look deeply into it and you're like, whoa. So I don't know. It's impossible to truly know, it seems. The Quran, I can never say that correctly, explicitly describes different dimensions of heaven. It literally says 7 heavens. 7 heavens. It's the same when we have 7, then the existence of the 4th is also real. MBG found the movie for free on YouTube. Dropped the link in the Discord. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, maybe I'll try to check it out. Huh. So like maybe the idea of like, yeah, it's, if you read any of these religious writings, they seem to, almost all of them speak of like different dimensions, essentially. We don't even use all of our brain. Imagine what we could be capable of doing it. Especially if that's the reason for not unlocking it all. Plague Tale reviews are out right now, 85 on Metacritic. Do I think GTA 6 will look better than Death Stranding 2? Yes. Yes, I do. And Death Stranding 2 is a very good goal. No, Gothmog, unfortunately not today, yeah. Although, thank you, Michael Werneth, for dropping those 25 members. Girlfriend, what is this?
The 2 doctors that were there were going to...
Oh, this was, yeah, I saw this. This was recommended to me recently. I didn't get a chance to watch it. He was dead for 40 minutes. Yeah, the ND. You know what's freaky, though, is there are a lot of NDEs of people talking about going to hell. It's very interesting. Like, you mostly you see the ones recommended to you of, like, the good things. But then you get the ones where it's like, nah, bro, I went to hell. What? Oh, my God. It is real. Perhaps. I think we can affect our reality through thoughts. Well, I mean, yeah, it's really difficult to. I try to be careful with this stuff because it really gets into my mind. Where like I become so existential with it. Where like, and I mean literally, there are times where I will just be sitting there and be like, "What is this place?" You know, like calm down. Like you need to ground myself. You know, but I don't know. I really, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I definitely have a lot of moments throughout the week, and it's quite the struggle where like I just have these moments where I'm like I feel genuinely freaked out by all of this. You know what I mean? Like it feels kind of like an awakening, I guess, but an unpleasant one. And I don't know if that's normal. Us normies call it Jersey. Yeah, right? But it's maybe it's just because I tend to lean more towards negativity naturally, but like I just find myself like I don't want to be super dark, but did you guys see today? I saw this trending on Twitter, and you know, it's nothing. There's a lot of things I see on Twitter that trend, but it says flash floods and mudslides leave hundreds missing and dead in Nepal border. And there's videos that are fucking horrific. CCTV footage of like, I don't want to play it because it's quite disturbing. So I'll just describe it in great detail. Basically, it looks like some kind of dam broke or something, and it's just coming down the mountain. And you see people like seemingly hundreds of people running away. Did anybody see this today? And they just, I'm like, oh my God. Like that shit, that gets to me because I'm like that could be me. That could have been me today. That could be me tomorrow. That could be me and my family. That could be you and your family. You know, you just wake up, it's a normal day, and before you know it, you're fucking running for your life with a giant fucking like tsunami behind you. And the only thing you can pray for at that point is that anybody who was caught in that, it was quick. Didn't feel a thing. You know? Like you just blinked. And if there, but then I start to I look at that shit and I'm like, bro, in that moment, we're just ants. You know? Like it's like if I look at an ant colony on the ground and somebody just like accidentally, like you just walk over it and you step on that ant colony, you've just caused mass devastation, mass murder. But to you, that it's like I didn't even know. And I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that's like us in that moment. That's human beings reduced to ants. Scary shit. And that's the type of stuff that makes me question, like, so if there is more to this life, and I assume every person that I just watched in that footage that just got swept away and instantly died, hundreds of people, if I just assume that they all had souls, then all at one time, all their souls are just released and they're in a different existence suddenly. I mean, it's either that or it's just the lights were on and now the lights were just suddenly off. I'm not sure which one freaks me the fuck out more. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to freak anybody here out, but it's just, you know, that's just something I woke up to. I'm like, that's reality. That's that, you know, this shit happens every day. It's really freaky. It's really, really freaky, man. Perfect Image, you're saying MBG Iron Fist explains 7 heavens. Xbot Pro Consumer. Thank you, Perfect Image. Anyway. I do think the multiple timelines thing are a thing. If you change one thing, maybe it affects the rest of your life. Well, there's this idea of quantum immortality where you like never actually truly experience death. That any time, like basically you've died thousands of times. You've died hundreds of thousands of times. Like there's like billions of timelines where you've died. There's a timeline where you were aborted. There's a timeline where you died at 1 year old. There's a timeline where you died yesterday. There's a timeline where you die today. But like your consciousness, which I guess could be considered your soul, because we don't know what consciousness truly is. We can't quantify it. We can't replicate it, seemingly. It's like your consciousness does transcend this 3D physical reality. So therefore, it just kind of, it's almost like it instantly transfers. So I don't know. It's like we can't detect it, is what I'm trying to say. And that's fucking crazy. Because when we as human beings have studied quantum physics seem to break down to a level where it's like, oh yeah, it only this particle only changes its behavior when it's observed. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? You know, it's almost, it reveals something crazy. Thank you, Scarpono, for the 1,000 joules. Apparently you die and just jump into another timeline. You have amnesia and go through it. I mean, that's what's so, yeah, that's a rough timeline, Dylan. It's just so, basically it's the idea that every conceivable possible outcome does happen and you experience all of it. But that's where it's like, how there's, I mean, then it feeds into this notion, and I don't know how much deeper I want to go into this, but it's interesting conversation nonetheless. There's this notion that like God, like we are God, like every form of consciousness, every form of energy, every single molecule that exists, every neuron, electron, whatever, proton, it's all connected to the source. The source is what we would call God, and it's incomprehensible. And I almost imagine it sometimes in my mind, like imagine a being, I guess, an entity, something, whatever you want to imagine, but it's something so incomprehensible that every single thing that exists, like you are God and you are experiencing it all at one time. But it's so hard to explain this. But you think to yourself, well, how can that be? I'm me right now. I'm not God. I'm just some guy named John sitting in front of my desk right now, experiencing my own personal reality. What I don't know, what I am unaware of, unless I choose to believe it, is that actually there's a tether from me and every single cell in my body to the source. And that tether also exists in you and every other living thing and every single thing. There's just a tether back to it, back to God. And I don't know, it freaks me out a little bit because, like, I don't know, it's just this idea that, like, if you look, there was something I researched or I came across and I'm like, that's fucking crazy. So basically, let's see if I can bring this up. So the smallest fundamental unit of matter that humans have actually observed and discovered are quarks and electrons, which measure less than a billionth of a meter across. Humans can see objects down to about 0.1 millimeters, like a human egg cell or a fine grain of sand. Light microscopes. Scientists use light to see bacteria and larger cells down to about 200 nanometers. Electron microscopes. These allow us to see viruses and DNA strands down to 2 nanometers. Subatomic particles. Inside atoms, scientists discovered protons and neutrons, and deeper still, they found quarks and electrons. Experiments using powerful particle accelerators like CERN's Large Hadron Collider have detected these elementary particles and measured their properties. Do they have a size? At this quantum level, ready for this? Right? This is what bleeds into string theory and why this shit gets crazy. At this quantum level, particles act like waves, meaning they do not have a hard outer edge or traditional size the way everyday objects do. Instead, physicists measure them by their mass or energy. The absolute theoretical limit of smallness in our universe is the Planck length. I can't even read what that number is, which is far smaller than any particle we can observe and marks the point where our current laws of physics stop working. We have found the end point for our laws of physics. But these particles act like waves. And what makes this shit so crazy is that, you know, when people say, like, it's the vibes, man. You're bringing a bad vibe, you're bringing a good vibe. There's this idea that, like, when, like, the absolute smallest thing that we can observe, we find the end of the laws of physics. And what do we find? We find waves. We find just things, they're waves. I don't know, man. It's, you know, there's this theory that God is singing a song. That all of this is just a very, 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 very sophisticated song. Music. I don't know. It's like mind-blowing shit like that to me, where I'm like, it is kind of incredible when you look at what humans have discovered, man. Game theory and philosophy with John. Yeah. Beginning of this stream. Fucking end stage capitalism. The goddamn government. We're in $40 trillion of debt. Ain't nothing getting better. End of the stream. So Planck length. Alternate dimensions and realities. But it is liberating. It is liberating because you know what it ultimately does? It makes me realize that, like, dude, listen, I came across this video. I don't watch shorts, but I came across this one short and it caught my attention. It was like, we proved the universe is not a simulation. I'm like, oh, here we go. We proved it. We proved it. And it was some nerd who basically was saying that there was a paper that was written up by a really, 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 really smart mathematician that basically, through their infinite maths, proved that the amount of energy needed to simulate our universe, not even our entire universe, a small part of our universe, it's just not possible. And I'm like, do you not understand the concept of incomprehensible? Like, this is the hubris of humans and man, where it's like, there you go. You proved it. You proved that it's impossible to simulate this universe because you did the math. I'm like, bro, what don't you understand that if God is real, if God exists, you can't know. You can't and it's just shit like that I understand. Like, there's this desperation on our part, and I'm part of it too. I'm a human being where it's like, but we want to know. We want answers. We want the answer. I'm like, you have no fucking idea if anything you're seeing beyond our fucking clouds, bro, is real. It's like, well, they went to the moon. Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Isn't it kind of funny how, like, you know, when I'm playing an open world video game, that I can go to this end of the map, and when I'm there it is, it's real. When I'm on the other side of the map, that other side of the map doesn't exist anymore. I'm just saying, like, we've created that shit. And look at us. We're just human beings. You know, we're animals. If God is real, if there is a God, like how I don't know, how full of ourselves do we have to be to think that we could even begin to understand or comprehend anything beyond you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying we don't understand anything. We do. We have put some things together. But it's like, doesn't anybody notice how every time we think we figured something out, we discover something new that completely, it's like, oh my God. Oh, we thought the universe was 13 billion years old. Then we made an even better telescope just to find out that actually we're observing distant galaxies that shouldn't exist. They're older than our universe's age. It's like, what does that tell you? That we got it wrong. We should have known better than to think we actually knew the age of our fucking universe. Like, there you go. I mean, I'm not saying we can't figure these things out. Maybe we can, but it's just there's a part of me that believes, like, you're not. If you are in a simulation created by a sophisticated being that is so beyond you, surely that sophisticated being will be able to ensure you will not be able to discover. You will not be able to figure it out. Because anything you could even think about getting close to, I'll tweak it. I'll make the change. That's the thing that gets me about it, is like we're always kept on the, you know, we're always chasing the carrot on the stick. Every time we think we have it, it's like, wait, this isn't even a carrot. Actually, I don't even know what this is, but it ain't the answer. That's what we call perspective. It's why 5 people can experience one situation. They all have a different view. Yep. MBG is now a preacher. Morpheus bound gamer. Yeah. Well, you know what? You know why I'm thinking like this too? You know what movie I watched yesterday with Mrs. MBG? What is this movie called? Is this movie called Good Fortune? It came out last year. Keanu Reeves plays an angel. The plot, Gabriel, who's played by Keanu Reeves, tries to teach a struggling gig worker named Arj that money does not solve every problem. He arranges a life swap between Arj and a wealthy venture capitalist named Jeff, played by Seth Rogen. The plan backfires when Arj is thrilled with his new wealth and refuses to switch back. Meanwhile, Gabriel accidentally loses his wings and must face the realities of being human. It's really good. And in my opinion, it was a nice, lighthearted movie. I enjoyed it. But it did get me thinking. I'm like, it's because the funny thing is in the movie, there's like a hierarchy of angels. Keanu Reeves is on like the lowest end. He has like these small wings, and his job as an angel is to save people from texting and driving. And it shows scenes where he's like sitting in the backseat of a person's car, and every time they're about to get into an accident, he like puts his hand on the shoulder, and they suddenly are like, they notice and they stop, and he basically saves them. But he's not happy with that. He's like, I can do more than that. And I just find it so funny, this idea that angels exist and this is their job. It would explain a lot. It would explain a lot, you know? Like, oh, here's your job as an angel. And then, you know, you see a bunch of terrible shit going on in the world, and you're like, what happened? It's like, they were late. You know, they missed their shift. The Shack 2017 film. That sounds familiar. Miracles from Heaven. That one sounds familiar too. Jennifer Garner. She's a good actress. I haven't seen these. Past Lives Are Real, I think. Yeah, I don't know, man. I could talk about this shit for a long time. MBG has become enlightened. He has transcended to the next level. Well, I don't know, man. Like, the most existential feeling I get sometimes, but it's also something that if you look around us, it's like it might be true. Like, it actually seems like there's a good chance it's true. You know, is this idea that this is just an avatar. Like, you know how we're going to play Fable? I'm going to buy and play Fable, and I'm going to create my character. Yes, I'm going to create my character. This is my avatar. It's like, that's what this is right now on like a whole nother level. On a whole nother level. And if you think about the cyclical nature of our world and life and death and, you know, the beginning, middle, and end, it does kind of seem that way. It does kind of seem like, you know, I could kind of visualize you pass away, you're in your soul form. Maybe you still I wouldn't be surprised if it's, I don't know, I read all this different shit. I've done so much research into this. I've read before that basically when you pass away, you kind of go to this almost like waiting area. No, it's not like a waiting area. It's like an in-between place where you have to transition again. And so like when you pass away, when you see yourself, you still see yourself in the last body you were in. And you're in a place where time doesn't exist, and you get to spend as much time, I suppose, as you want, not only looking back at your life that you just lived, but all your past lives. Like you see all your avatars, and it all, like all that knowledge and all that memory is there. And I'm like, so it's basically like the PS2 memory card. Oh man, bro, like that sounds so funny, but goddamn, it almost seems like that might be what it's like. Like you go, you know, I'm still thinking about The Simpsons Hit and Run. Like I feel like that was my life, because that was the last game I played. I'm pretty attached to that game right now. I played a lot of that game. Well, take a look at your PS2 memory card. Look at all the games you played. Did you forget about this one? Did you forget about, I don't know, what was one of the earliest PlayStation 1 games? Did you forget about Twisted Metal? Did you forget about Siphon Filter? You played these games too. It's like, oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I just find it so, I just love this idea that everything we are all experiencing is the most sophisticated video game ever created. And that actually everything's totally fine. You know, I think that's what's very hard about this life and what's very difficult. And it's the biggest challenge I face is like, I get really depressed and I get really upset and I get really, and obviously this is what everybody here has probably experienced this. Maybe you're experiencing it now. It's like you look around and you're like, what is wrong with this place? Like there's a lot of good, but Jesus literally like save us. Like what is all this? And there's just this idea that like what if I told you, right? Like what if I told you none of it mattered? It's all just a big game. Like even the suffering, even the pain, even the agony, it's like, yes, that's hard to believe. That's hard to accept. Because how could that be? But it would also mean that all the good, it's in the same category where it just, I don't want to say none of it matters, but it doesn't matter in the way that you think. You know, like I heard this saying before, and this saying is stuck with me. And it was basically like, people will never remember what you said to them, but they will always remember how you made them feel. Now, granted, that's not entirely true, but it's a pertinent saying nonetheless, where it's like, huh, like that saying might get to the core essence of if there is something greater, if there is something beyond, that could be what it's all tethered to, where it's like, you know, physical pain will go away. You know, pleasure will go away. These things are very superficial, but, you know, feelings of love, feelings of hatred. These are things that go beyond the physicality of it all. And I'm like, it's just something I dwell on. But I hope you're feeling much better these days. God's signs are everywhere. Some see them but don't understand. Those who see and understand will find eternity. Remember what I told you. Surrender. Yeah, I know. It's hard, man. Like, I don't know. My brain feels like a chaotic mess sometimes. One day I feel like I wake up enlightened and I see the light and I see the purpose and all that stuff. And then another day I'll wake up and I'll be like, I don't see anything, And I feel crazy sometimes. I feel like, man, am I like bipolar or something? But I don't know if I am or not. I just, here's what I do know. I think too much. Yeah, that is for certain. I do know that when I am feeling certain things, like, how sometimes you feel certain things and you're not sure why? All I know is that anytime I'm feeling a certain way, if I just sit there and think about, like, why do I feel this way? It's like I can kind of open a filing cabinet, or like I just open a closet door. It's like, there's all the reasons. And I'm like, oh yeah. And so it feels like one of these things where it's like, I guess that is part of the human experience. I think a lot of people feel that way, where at any point in any given day, you can just stop and sit there and think, and this is why people go to therapy. It's like, what's bothering you? It's like, well, where do I start? But you just realize that throughout living your life, and maybe sometimes you don't realize this and it all kind of catches up with you. It's like, you just have to take things and you just kind of have to put them away. You got to put them away, and you just got to be like, well, maybe one day I'll get around to it, or I just don't want to think about it. But sometimes it does get to a point where it starts to, nothing more can fit in this closet. This filing cabinet is overflowing. And then you have to sort through it. And it's like, fuck. I didn't want to sort through this because I don't know what to do with this shit. It do be like that. Mark, 84G, comes in with a $5 super chat. He says, fuck CyberLeak. The fool's goal is to spoil the game for millions of people. I told y'all he's going to start leaking spoilers. I hope they snipe him. God damn. Yeah, send CyberLeak into the fourth dimension, bro. It's like he's already there. I saw that. I know what you're talking about, Mark. You're talking about they leaked, I don't know if it's a person or a group, but they leaked the Lucia's prologue and cutscenes and stuff. And I'm like, nah. Like, that's, I already stopped checking, but like once I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I don't want to see none of that. Gothmog, calm down. Jesus. No, that's not fair, Gothmog. He's up. I think he has a valid reason to be upset, at least a little bit. Like, I feel for people, they don't want the story spoiled for them. I'm the same way. I don't want it spoiled for me. I understand, though, people are like, stick it to them, man, let Take-Two Interactive have it. I get it, but I don't know. I don't think spoiling... You do have to wonder if people might start slowly turning on CyberLeak if they start to really spoil the entire game. I think people even, maybe not people who are disinterested in it, but some people might start getting upset. Like, bro, like, calm down. But thank you for the super chat, Mark. And we'll see what happens. It's usually depression when you feel sad without being able to identify, or maybe you're very empathetic and adopt to others' feelings, make them your own. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I'm not too interested in therapy is because, and maybe this is very arrogant and it's my own hubris showing, but it's like, I feel like I do understand. Like, when I sit with myself, it's like, I understand that what makes me most uncomfortable is I have questions that nobody has answers to. And that's very normal. I just think it's the thing that I've identified is, it's like, well, the way you're handling that is not healthy. The way that's manifesting in your mind and the way it's festering, that's the part that I understand is unhealthy. But that's where, like, I'm like, yeah, it's why they tell you you have to meditate. You have to do things that are healthy for you. Go talk to people, go live your life, try to be in the moment, focus on the good and be thankful, be grateful. Gratitude is a great thing to help you feel better. And it's like all these things do produce good feelings, and they make it easier to make sense, if not make sense, I guess cope with a lot of these existential feelings and thoughts. But it's always, there's always just like a kind of, I don't know, it's like I always recede. You know what I mean? Like no matter what, like I always recede. Like I don't know if I'm being pulled or if I'm willingly walking back into it, but it's like I can feel it creep in again of like, I don't know, like no matter how much I think I know, no matter how good I do feel, no matter how positive I try to be, or there's just this constant recurring, and I'm back, and there it is, It's really, but I think it's a normal thing though. Like I don't think what I'm describing is, I mean, who knows? Maybe what I'm describing is like you're very mentally ill, but I feel like I feel like it's a very human thing, like that people feel like this all the time. It's just, life will do that to you. Like you experience bad things, you experience pain, and you do become more empathetic. And suddenly you're feeling for everybody. And you get all, and then, you start to, I don't know, man, the more empathetic I've become, sometimes I may not seem like it, but the more empathetic I become, the harder it is to navigate the world. It's like, that's true. That's like the most true thing I've discovered. I think that's hurt me more than anything. I think before I was more apathetic than I was empathetic. It was easier for me to just not care. I'm not even fucking paying attention. I don't give a shit. And sometimes I find that I have to be that way for my own sake. Like I got to protect myself. Like I don't care. I don't care. Like leave me alone. But it's like, no, you do care. And as I've gotten older, I see people, and I don't know, like there's like two sides to me. There's the more protective side, the side that was there for the majority of my childhood, growing up, teenagehood, for most of my life, very protective side. The side that I think we all have. I don't know if you want to call it the darker side, but just the side that's more adapted to, yeah, in life, things are going to fuck you over. People are going to hurt you. Things are going to hurt you. Life is brutal. You got to fight to just exist. That part exists for sure. But as I've gotten older, I've noticed there's this other part of me it has grown, but as it's grown, it's made life a lot more difficult, where it's like, I don't know, man. I just feel bad for people, Like I feel bad for myself. I feel bad for everybody out there, where it's like, I don't know why life is like this. And I see the things that, I'm not saying I justify everything. Certainly there are things that I see that I'm like, well, that's not right. I'm not saying I feel bad for everybody, but it's just a lot of the situations I see, I just feel bad because it's like, I don't know. I just put myself in their shoes, and I'm like, and I also just think to myself, like, I don't know what they went through. I don't know what their life has been like. I don't know how fucking warped their mind could be. And I think, my cousin's passing really kind of changed my perspective on this a lot, because my cousin, as I told you guys, like he was somebody who was very, very mentally ill. He was very mentally ill. I mean, I watched him degrade, man. Like I watched him descend into a dark, dark, dark place where it freaked me out and it scared me. And I would distance myself from him because I'm like, dude, I don't know where you are right now. I'm pretty sure I can't get you out of it. I would try to give him the best advice I could, but I watched that and I'm like, I remember he would, we would have, he almost started to become like, yes, it's all good, Rocky Rob. I know, well, I mean, you wouldn't know based off of the title of the stream, but it's like, it got to a point with my cousin where he was like, I don't want to use the term villainous. That I feel like it's such a horrible term to use, but like I noticed growing up with my cousin, like for example, he introduced me to Metal Gear Solid 1. He was obsessed with that game. and also Metal Gear Solid 2. And he was the person who introduced me to the series. This is why that I hold this series. It's so special to me, as it is for many other people in their own way. But I would have probably never, I don't say I would have never come across it, but I remember the earliest gaming days for me with like PS1. I didn't know what Metal Gear was until my cousin showed it to me. But and same thing with Resident Evil, by the way. He helped introduce me to Resident Evil as well. And what I noticed about him is he always admired the villains. And I always picked up on that with him. And I found it peculiar. Like, I didn't know what to make of it. Like, for example, in Resident Evil, his favorite character, Wesker. He liked Wesker. And he was like, I guess, attracted to the power factor, the being in charge, being in an authoritative position. And Metal Gear Solid, his two favorite characters, Wesker is cool. Yeah, he's got the aura. In Metal Gear Solid, his favorite characters, Liquid Snake and Ocelot. And it's, I would always find myself, like, as I got older, psychologically trying to, like, evaluate my cousin and understand him, like, what's up with that? And as he got older and he started to become more and more, mentally ill and unwell, he really kind of felt like the world screwed him over. Truly. Like, he really was at this point where he would say crazy things that I remember I would say to him, like, bro, you gotta, and I guess what feels so weird is I feel like I understand now more. But he would say crazy stuff that I can't repeat most of what he said, but he had this just genuine anger with the world and God. I remember that. Like, he would bring up God, and he would say things like, I want God to fight me. He'd say, like, I don't know what God did to me and why my life's like this, but he was just so angry, and I just looking back on it, when you're talking to somebody like that, you're kind of like, I don't know. You process it better later on when you really have time to sit with it and think about it. And you're like, oh, I would have said this differently, or I would have done that differently. I would have changed how I approached the entire situation. But I don't know, man. It just freaks me the hell out, because I've watched somebody kind of descend into that place of, like, they just couldn't get out. And that's what makes me worry about myself a little bit, where I'm like, dude, I don't want to, like, I start to get a little bit nervous. You're going through this right now with your cousin. Damn. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, man. I totally understand. And yeah, he would, I feel like, and this is the most painful part. I guess I am having a bit of a therapy session here, but it's fine. The most painful part is, like, when I think back to the conversations we would have, and like how crazy he would start to get. And he had this way of, like, saying the craziest shit and pissing you off and just, like, provoking you, and others. And I don't know how much he did it. I don't know how much of it just, like, came naturally, or he was doing it intentionally. I think sometimes he was doing it intentionally. But I just realized, like, looking back, like, he was just a person that was in a ton of pain, And that's tough. But, that's, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, going through that experience, I guess it just changes you. It's, time has to go by, feelings have to be felt, but you begin to realize that, like, they're usually, not all the time, there's extreme cases, there always is, but a lot of the times there is a reason. And it always comes down to, people being in pain, people suffering. And it's true what they say, man. Like, you can't help somebody if they don't want the help, if they don't want to help themselves first. But as I get older, as time moves forward, like I feel I start to begin to understand different things that people would say to me, that people would, crazy shit that they would say that it's like weird because I think back to like, I know I'm like bringing up video games here, but I think back to like the Metal Gear series. And one of the things I always loved about the Metal Gear series, and it feels like so prominent in my life still, is the fact that like in that game, even though so much of it is over the top, as is with most good storytelling, like you realize like the people who have villainous motives and the people who are doing the wrong, when you begin to realize their backstories and their reasoning and what led to them to get to this point. And then I look at a character like Solid Snake, and Solid Snake's like this kind of character where he's the good guy trying to do the right thing, but doesn't even fully understand why he's trying to do it. He doesn't necessarily have like some kind of greater motivation. And it's just, it's just funny how I guess when I think about my cousin, and I think about the fact that he's the one who brought Metal Gear into my life, but it's so reflective of, that's really interesting. Anyway, I'm really off the fucking rails now. Yeah, Marius, somebody sent me that. Somebody sent me that earlier. It's going to be interesting to see what the results are, man. We're going to see. Boy, are we going to see. Lost a good friend last Christmas. Married 2 kids. Took their own life. Jesus. Yeah, that's scary shit, man. The more help you get, the better. Someone who had to do tons of stuff myself, I had to learn that. Well, that's why I try to express my gratitude towards a lot of you guys here. I mean, I don't know. If I'm being like completely 100% transparent, probably to a degree that I shouldn't. I don't know that it benefits me to be this transparent towards my own audience here, because it's like, you guys come here, you want to talk about games and stuff, as do I. But like, I have these fluctuating feelings with everything I do here. And I'm sure you guys have noticed this. Like, it's not, I don't know how obvious it comes off, but it's like, yeah, there are times where I just get so frustrated. Like, trust me, like I have times where I have perspective and I realize like, bro, your job is to talk about video games, like you have people donating money to you to run a show and run a channel and talk about video games. But I am a human being. And I find that there are just times where I get to a point where it's like, it's not about the money. It's not about video games. It's like, I get to a place where I'm like, I don't want to be bothered with anything, And that's tough for me because it takes a lot for me to get to that point. And I question that. And that's when I start to get concerned about things where it's like, in my personal life, video games, and I think, maybe it is kind of obvious. It's like in my personal life, video games, it's not that they're everything, but it's like, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit myself. I try to. Trust me, I try to bullshit myself all the time. It's like video games are critical in my life. They always have been, and they probably always will be. I'm saying that completely honestly. There are people that will judge that, people that'll look at that and be like, that's sad or that's pathetic, but it's true. It's like, dude, I look back to when I was growing up, and I know that a lot of people can relate to this, like, video games were my safe haven. Video games saved me. They were there for me when literally nothing and nobody else was. And I get very distraught. Truly, like deep down, like I get very distraught when I start to veer into this territory of like, I think there are people who genuinely start to dislike video games and disconnect from video games naturally. Like, it's just a thing. Like, I've disconnected from many things in my life over time. It's part of getting older. But, like, I've come to realize that, like, no, dude, video games for me, I realize it is ride or die. And that's what I feel like. I feel like I put myself in this position probably needlessly, but I guess it just comes with the territory of, like, it's why, if you guys saw how I reacted with the whole PlayStation disc thing, it was a real reaction, but it's like people are like, bro, how come it just like disappeared? Like, how come you just like gave up? And it really is, because it's like, I don't think people understand. And it's okay. Like, it's not like looking for sympathy or even looking for understanding. It's just, it is one of those things. It's like, I can't control it. Like, I'm gonna be who I am at the end of the day. It doesn't mean the feelings aren't real or that the thoughts aren't real, but it means that, like, at the end of the day, I'm gonna sit down with a controller in my hand, looking at a screen, getting lost in some world. And that's all that's going to fucking matter. It doesn't mean all the other things don't matter. It just means that's going to always overcome whatever else there may be. And I get it, man. Like, that's why I do understand. Like, when I see people who are like, no, man, you can't be a shill or whatever. Like, stop consuming the slop and all this stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I do get to a point where I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't have to share this with people. That's why I don't stream video games. People have asked me all the time, like, how come you don't like streaming games? It's because, like, dude, that's where I draw the line. I do sometimes, but it's like, I have to preserve that for me, where it's like, that's my space. Like, I can't have anything interfere with that because it's such an important part of my life. And that's never going to change. But hi there, fellow human. While I may not agree with everything you say, I'm here for it. I've taken my seat and I'm along for the ride. Well, thank you for that, Shadow Link. Yeah, you've been a real one, bro. I appreciate it. Mental health is so important. I find that when I'm stressed and overwhelmed, I try to get perspective, enjoy the little things, and do a little deep breathing and isolate just a little and play games. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way usually. Harboring that kind of negative energy takes a toll too, especially with the things you've been dealing with physically and with life in general. Better to have that initial visceral reaction. Yeah, I mean, I did let it all out. It was real. Like, it still is real. It's like, it is sad, like, I still mourn for the idea of physical games dying, because it's such it's just as much, like, I talk about, I mean, it's funny when I talk about all these experiences I had growing up playing games, like, yes, physical games were a part of that. Always putting in the GTA San Andreas disc, I mean, I know that's how it is for a lot of people. We will surely test you with fear, loss of wealth, and loss of lives. You hate things that are good for you, and you love things that are bad for you. God knows, and you know nothing. Well, shit. So, speaking of games, what are your thoughts on the Xbox announcement today? I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing they're announcing it. I'll reiterate what I said earlier, just to shift gears. I'm very interested in if this is them trying to test the waters to see, like, how badly do people want physical games? And maybe, just maybe, I think it's a very, very, very slim chance. It's very small. Maybe they will decide, like, we're going to do this. And I'd be all over that. I'd support Xbox 100%, man. But I'm not. At this moment, I would say my highest level thoughts for this Xbox announcement is, I sure hope Sony has something similar that they will announce in time, for the PlayStation 6. Because it's going to be a very awkward thing if only Xbox is doing this. I just remember putting in the disc that got scratched and stopped working, or the faulty disk drive. Oh, dude, yeah. Nothing's more horrifying than when you're playing the PS2 and you put in a disc that it can't read and it takes you to the red screen. It's like it just took you to hell or something. It's like, this is actually quite uncomfortable. I remember watching a couple videos on how the specific sounds of the PS1 and the PS2 were created. Super interesting stuff, man. Super interesting stuff. But I don't know. I do. I guess I do apologize once again for. I'm never gonna learn, man. I don't know what it's gonna take. I used to be so much better at this. I used to be able to just be like, okay, we're going to the members lounge, and then I would talk about non-gaming stuff in the members lounge. I used to be better at that. Now I basically just I've started tacking it on at the end of streams or in the second half of streams. And I always feel a little bit bad because I know at this point, especially those of you who are still here right now, you're like, oh yeah, we like this, man. But I can definitely tell that there's quite a few people where, and I don't take offense to it, but they're like, yeah, it's not, that's not what you titled your stream, man. I thought we were talking about something else. And I get it. I totally get it. If I went to go click on somebody's stream and I'm giving my time to them and I'm like, okay, so you talking about any of the games from Gamescom? He's talking more about GTA. It's like, no, I'm going to talk about the fourth dimension and, Planck time and quantum physics and whether or not we have a soul, brother. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, well, okay. But for those of you who stick around, man, I really appreciate that. I mean, it's where I try to, it says we have like 158 people here right now. It'd be very difficult to imagine myself standing in a room with 158 people talking on a microphone about this stuff. But that's basically what I'm doing. And I'll tell you what, if I saw 158 people standing in front of me, I'd probably shit my pants. So, assuming none of you are bots, I'm assuming none of you are. Thinking you talk to some new people outside your family, meeting new people might help change your mood and give you a fresh perspective. I'm always here for you, brother. I appreciate that, Irfan. Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with that. I struggle with socialization. It's weird because I feel like there's a lot of socialization that happens here, but it is different, It's not the same as talking to people. I struggle, man. Like I've become, I'm basically a recluse. And I understand it's not healthy, but I can't, it is maybe like one of my biggest weaknesses. Where I have weaknesses towards things, but I notice like there's just like this really strong part of me that's like, I don't want to talk to people. But I don't know. I like what I try to focus on, and I struggle with this too. I try really hard where it's like throughout the year, there are things I have to do with my family that they are social. They are getting out of the bubble, getting out of the house. It's been particularly difficult this year because of my neck. It's been limiting. It's been an easy excuse. Like, oh yeah, I can't do anything because of my neck, but it's real too. It's like, no, I actually literally can't do anything. It's gotten a lot better. And so as we go forward, I'm going to with the holidays coming up, it's like, I'm going to try my best. I'm always trying. It's hard. I won't lie. It's very difficult for me. Like, I actually do wonder, like, is there something wrong with me? Like you are kind of autistic or something, like a little bit, because I really struggle, even though it may not seem like it. I sit here, I'm talking to a camera, I'm talking to a screen, but like, I really, really struggle. I used to be better at it. Maybe just as time has gone on. And I think it's just because I don't have much of a desire, Like it's like funny because when I think about games like Death Stranding, another Kojima game, his whole thing with those games is like, oh, connecting people. And I'm like, hell yeah, bro, what a great theme. But, oh, me? No, I'm good. No, I'm not trying to connect with people. But that's another reason why I feel like there's so much, like when you play the beginning of Death Stranding 2 and, you see the state that Sam is in. And I'm like, damn, bro. Legendary games, bro. Like, totally underrated. I'm telling you, the Death Stranding games are still underrated. You're extremely introverted yourself, but there's nothing wrong with talking to people. Not everyone you meet has to become one of the closest people in your life. I know, and we're all autistic, and we all have ADHD. The whole world suffers from it. Or maybe none, and they just tag you with it. It's hard to say. Maybe it's a byproduct of us not being able to evolve quick enough or something, like humans are progressing at a rate that it's like evolution is supposed to go much, like we're not ready for this. supposed to go like slow down. I don't know. It's difficult to determine. Are extroverts more mentally healthy than introverts? That's a good question. I think no. I think when it comes to introverts and extroverts, it's just like anything else. It's a matter of balance. Like if you take somebody who, like me, who's an introvert, but to a degree where it's like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Now, to be clear, it's not that I don't talk to anybody ever. It's just, it's not often, you know? But there are people who are probably worse than me, where like they literally don't talk to anybody. I mean, they are. Like, yeah, when you isolate that much, it's not healthy. But on the other side, if you're an introvert or an extrovert and you're just constantly surrounded by people, in a sense, you'll still kind of feel alone, you know? Like there's got to be that kind of middle ground, I think. But I don't know. That's a good question. Guys, we are over 4 hours deep. Humans are wired to be social creatures. Yeah, which is why I'm like, yeah, they're like the whole idea of, I guess it's probably trauma, you know? That's usually the answer for a lot of things. Why are you so weird? Why are you going against your evolutionary traits? Probably trauma. That's usually the answer for most things. The pizza delivery song is more epic than Death Stranding, than in Death Stranding that has any right to be. Agreed. And that cutscene as well. Extroverts are better at getting information. Introverts are better at solving problems by themselves. You can pick up a lot from people. It gets draining, so I don't like to do it. It makes my day harder. Yeah, I think, yeah, it depends on what kind of person you are, too. Like, I struggle with getting close to people, you know? One of the personality traits I have that is probably not good, but it is just hardwired into me, is I'm in like an all or nothing type of person. Although, and that's funny because I always talk about balance, but that's where the struggle is. I'm always all or nothing. And I have found it so hard, especially as an adult. I'm more self-aware, obviously, and I'm more aware of my all or nothing mentality. So like when I don't do well with small talk, like I'm also not very witty. Like I have a tendency to, like, I remember, you know, we had my son's birthday party. It may have been this year, the beginning of this year. As again, time is a blur to me at this point, but I think it was the beginning of this year. And like, you know, we had some people over and like, I feel bad because I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? You know, like I don't mean to be this way. Now, granted, this was like literally 2 days after a couple days after I found out my cousin passed away. So I think I'm not trying to make excuses, but I'm just saying, I think it was like particularly bad. And we had, you know, company over for my son's birthday party, and you know, they're nice people. They're good people. But they, you know, they were getting very comfortable. And, you know, hours went by. And they were in like our living room. And they were getting like really comfortable. Where I'm like getting antsy. I'm like, you know, like most people have left by now. And I just like, I basically was like, apparently I came off like very rude. I did not mean to. And this is where I'm like, fuck, my social skills are awful, you know? And I basically like, I just like walked into the living room. I'm like, all right, guys, like it's time to wrap up. Or like I said something like that. Like it was just totally abrupt. And nobody was like upset or anything, but that's where I'm like, I have to be a little bit autistic or something. Like I'm not understanding. But at the same time, I'm like, but that's okay, right? Although the one guy apparently loved the fact that I did that. He's like, yo, this dude's awesome. Please wrap it up. Yeah. I basically walked in there to my guests. I'm like, it's time to wrap up. And it's easy for me to feel bad now because I look back and I'm like, oh, I should have just let them stay and stay as long as they want, have a good time. But in that moment, I'm like, I just want to relax for the rest of the evening. Like my brain, you know, like I don't know you guys that well, you know, like I feel a little uncomfortable. I just want you to leave, you know, like I'm not being rude. I'm trying to be rude. It's just, it's time to go. But it's funny looking at that because it makes me realize like I have this tendency. Yeah, it's from the streaming. It's from the streaming, bro. Like I'm talking to people like they're in my chat. I'm engaged with human beings like they're my chat. Oh man. Yeah, I walked up to one of my guests and I'm like, hey, don't make me ban you. And I just kept walking and they were like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I walked in. I'm like, all right, guys, this is the last call. We're going to be wrapping it up. If you got any more support you want to drop, any more super chats, any more memberships, now's the time to do it. And they were very confused. Well, thank you, Irfan. Oh, you're 26? You're youngling. I'm just kidding. That's not really. I mean, I'm only 32, so we're pretty close in age. Playing MGS4 in about 3 hours. Oh, hell yeah. Don't you guys want to become members? I'll feed the beast if you do. Yeah, that's one of the things I struggle with too, is I don't shy away from the fact that I do YouTube. Oh my God, it'd be so funny. I wonder if one of them is listening to this. I didn't think about that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who knows me in real life that listens to, I mean, fuck, man. They must really like me if they're listening 4 hours and 10 minutes in. You're tall. Irfan, you're very tall. Irfan's like a giant. Yeah, I'm 6'6". Yeah, GTA 6 tomorrow. I am excited for it. I'm not gonna be able to stream it. Like, I'll be streaming when it's happening, but we're gonna have to watch it on our own and just do a watch party. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just still trying to walk that tightrope of how much do I accept who I am and just embrace who I am, for better or for worse, versus self-improvement. And that can be, especially as you get older, it can be harder and harder to determine. Bro, I'm American. I don't know what that means. You're 1.98 meters. You think I know what that means? Come on, man. You know I'm an ignorant American. Bro's talking to me about meters. Rich Rod, you ain't banning nobody. Damn, I feel bad. Rich Rod and Tarnish just show up, and I'm like, yeah, I'm about to wrap this up, guys. It's about 2 guitar lengths. Thanks. Okay, that really helped. Is that actually 6'6"? Did I call it? He's actually 6'6"? Are you serious? Did I actually fucking call it? I'm impressed. Dude, you'd be like a giant next to me. If I ever met Irfan in real life, he'd be like a giant next to me, like patting me on the head, like, hey, buddy. That's crazy. That is really tall, dude. I remember when I was a kid, I was playing basketball in like the schoolyard after school. And I was like 8 years old. So I was really, really short. And I remember there was this like black dude there, and he was like dunking and shit. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's awesome. But I just remember being like kind of freaked out. I'm like, dude, this is the tallest person I've ever seen in my life. And I asked him, like, how tall are you? He's like, I'm 6'7". I'm like, God damn. And I was like, I hope I'm 6'7" one day. No. I'm not 6'7". I'm not 6'6". All right, guys. For real, though, if you want to drop any more support, do it right now, because we are going to be wrapping this up. I did not expect this stream to go this long, and I thank everybody for sticking around for so long, especially because, like, at least a third of what we talked about wasn't gaming related. But I'll sort it out eventually. I promise. Like, I literally could be creating members lounges and My members would appreciate that, creating more value for the membership. And that's what I'm going to do when I start to go in these directions, because it has to. Rich says only 15 gifts. Someone's getting banned. Well, we got 25. If you guys want to drop any more, though, feel free to do so. We will have more members content coming, of course. We did a morning with the misses on Friday, by the way. And for anybody who is a member, or if you become a member, do keep in mind that we're going to be bringing back Morning with the Misses on a hopefully weekly basis, once probably like the second week of September. Once the kids are back in school, it'll be a lot easier. And yeah, we did a P.O. box opening, and it was quite the event. I got to say, it was quite the event. It's a good time. Good time. So somebody had asked, well, I don't want to spoil anything. Go watch that if you haven't seen it. But the formula is simple, John. Play whatever you want. Praise what is good. Criticize what is bad. Keep it in the middle. That's what I believe. I mean, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple, man. Stream tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely. It's okay, buddy. It happens about 3 to 5 times a month. It's a nice change of pace sometimes. That's it? Wow, okay. I mean, I take your word for that, Shadowlink. You're saying 3 to 5 times a month. That's weird, because to me, it feels like it happens like constantly. So if we did like 3 to 5 times a month, that's like 1.5 times a week. It's basically like once a week. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So basically, I just have to have a therapy session with you guys once a week. Maybe that's what you know what? Maybe that'll be a new perk. It won't be called the Member Lounge. I'll call it Member Therapy. Now who's not going to want to tune into that? But it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Appreciate you guys rolling with me for so long. I want to extend a thank you to everybody who hung out here today. And yes, we will be streaming tomorrow. I absolutely want to see this GTA gameplay. Again, I won't be able to stream it on screen with you guys, but we'll be able to watch it together and then talk about it. MBG, my final message was the YouTube channel suggestion. Let me know when or if you can. Hold on, let me see. As I said, you and me are very similar. We pick up on energy, and I think everyone sends a signal. We just need to just pick up on more than others. Your last, and then the last message before that was 6-7. I don't think I understood what you were saying. My final message was the YouTube channel suggestion. Let me know when or if you can. I don't know if that came through, man. Now, let's see on my end. But no, Rich, you're not banning anybody. Jesus. Every time, Rich. Every time. All right, guys. Yeah. So thank you again for tuning in. Really appreciate it. I want to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped any support today. If you became a member, if you dropped any memberships, any super chats, any direct donations, thank you so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to do this. So big shout out to this community. And we'll be back here tomorrow. RU46 N2 Ray in the chat drops the P.O. box address if you want to send anything over. The Discord, you can join the Discord. Don't have to be a member. Steam code. And the only other thing I want to ask you guys to do is hit that like button as you're filing out. Also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the stream. So if you guys see Devil Shooter in those comment sections with the timestamps, give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. And that's it, guys. That wraps up today's stream. So with that being said, please enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. And I will see all of you guys tomorrow in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.